Chapter 2081. The war started by Mu Rendi's side lasted for another year. Over the past year, the 5 subworlds had been unstoppable, and no one had been able to stop them. The forces of the 10 divine dynasties had also been shrinking, and every attempt to resist had ended in failure. The dynasty lords of the 5 subworlds were known as the ones with the best chance of fighting for the mandate of heaven. The 10 god dynasties couldn't keep up. Now, half of the god world was in their hand. For the first time, the 10 god dynasties chose to fully cooperate and resist together, barely stopping Mu Rendi's advance. Half of the land had been occupied. The 10 god dynasties had been slapped in the face. Now, the territory was in their hands. Now, they only had about 40% of the territory. The remaining 10% was occupied by other factions. It could be said that the 10 god dynasties had completely lost. With mandate weapons in hand, the 5 subworld dynasty lords were invincible. They could easily suppress the 10 god dynasties. Trash, a bunch of trash! Master Meng Yi Chao raged in the palace, his entire body roaring. As the first dynasty lord, the first dynasty lord hadn't smiled in a long time. His face was gloomy almost every day, and his temper was getting worse. Every time that place was taken, it was like provoking the first dynasty lord. The people below the palace were scolded until they lost their temper. It didn't matter if they were god emperors or mandate experts. These days they had all gotten used to this method. The overall strength of the subworlds was about the same as theirs. Only the dynasty lords were extremely powerful. With the violet moonblade, they could sweep through them. There was once a mandate expert who didn't believe it, but he was cut down in 3 strikes. From then on, the 5 subworld dynasty lords were dangerous people in their eyes. They couldn't fight them. If they took a strike, they couldn't even run. Not to mention 3 strikes. That was fatal. After a round of scolding, the first dynasty lord sent them away. He sat powerlessly on his throne. Such a good situation, gone just like that. When the 10 god dynasties were established, the first dynasty lord was undoubtedly the happiest one. At that time, he was in high spirit. He never thought he would suffer at the hands of the 5 subworlds. Mandate weapons. The first dynasty lord knew very well that if there were no accidents, it would be impossible for him to fight against the 5 dynasty lords. There was a huge gap. Existence that cannot be filled. Even Dream 1 dynasty lord himself couldn't find a good way to fight back and make him accept his fate. First Dream dynasty lord was unwilling, so why did he have to admit defeat? In reality, Dream dynasty lord knew how powerless his idea was. His only regret was that he hadn't taken down the 5 subworlds immediately, which had led to his failure at the last moment. Boom. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. At this moment, in the palace, an invisible force quietly appeared. Before this power, the Dream Dynasty Lord couldn't help but tremble from the bottom of his heart. His heaven's will energy was compressed to the point where he couldn't move at all. Who is it? Dream 1 Dynasty Master didn't even realize that his voice was trembling. It was a fear of the unknown. Even when facing Mu Rendi, who wielded a heavenly mandate weapon, he didn't have such a terrifying feeling. Do you want to become a god emperor? The deep voice carried an irresistible temptation to the Dream Dynasty Lord. God Emperor? The eyes of Dream 1 Dynasty Lord flashed with a glint. Who didn't want to become a god emperor? Wasn't it all for the sake of establishing an era that belonged to them and ruling over the world? Dominating the world? Yes. Dream 1 Dynasty Lord knew very well that this mysterious aura had a shocking origin. It wasn't something he could contend with. He decisively agreed. Master, there's a situation. In the Invincible Palace, Lin Fei was lazily lying on a rattan chair. This was a gadget that he had exchanged from the system. What's going on? Lin Fei opened his eyes slowly. With the activation of the advanced mode, Lin Fei also let the system monitor the movements of the entire world. The prerequisite was the consumption of heaven's will energy. Lin Fei now occupied half of the divine world, and almost all of the heaven's will energy was in his hands. Through the system's analysis, Lin Fei was now very clear about the production of heaven's will energy in the divine world. Now that the little devil sent a notification, Lin Fei was indeed a little shocked. He thought that the 10 dynasty lords had made some new moves. Just now, the system detected a mysterious force descending on the Dream 1 dynasty. After that, the 10 dynasties and other dynasties all detected the invasion of the mysterious force. Lin Fei's eyes flashed, and he stood up. Mysterious force. Does it mean that someone is contacting them? Yes, a powerful aura has invaded the dynasty. Through the system's analysis, we have come to a shocking conclusion. The little devil chuckled. Master, your enemy has begun to appear. Enemy. They finally appeared. Lin Fei perked up. They can't sit still anymore. I thought they would hold on for a long time. I didn't expect them to come so soon. Lin Fei didn't have to think to know that the mysterious force descended in this way. Who else could it be other than those behind the scenes? Master, arranging for Mu Rendi to crush them all the way and occupy half of the divine world is tantamount to making them lose the hope of fighting for the heaven's will. The person behind the scenes will definitely appear. This energy is very powerful. However, Master, don't worry. Since they can only come in the form of energy, they won't last long. The little devil said proudly. Suddenly, it said, Master, they're here. Whoosh! The sharp Lin Fei sensed a terrifying energy wave descending in the profound sky world. Then, it appeared in front of him, and formed a light pillar. I know you are Di Tian, a lucky guy. The light pillar was formless and colorless, but it gave off a powerful pressure. It was as if a huge mountain was pressing down on them. Who are you? Lin Fei really didn't expect that the mysterious force would find him. He heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. It seemed that they didn't discover the real secret. Who I am is not important. What's important is that I can make you a god emperor. The voice was filled with temptation. You really think I'm easy to fool? Lin Fei wasn't a 3-year-old child. Fool me? Better save it. However, Lin Fei didn't plan to expose himself for the time being. You're wrong. I'm just a junior. How can I become a god emperor? Lin Fei rejected. I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. Carefully analyze this mysterious force for me. Lin Fei contacted the little devil. He believed that the little devil could conceal his aura. He didn't need to worry about it leaking out. I'm only asking if you want to or not. Lin Fei began to ponder whether or not the person behind this mysterious energy knew his true identity. That was the most important thing. Chapter 2082. After receiving the news from the system, Lin Fei was secretly on guard. They were looking for an agent. Mobilizing so many at once, how many forces were involved? Lin Fei was not a softy. He would not agree to the other party's request with just a few words. He had to probe the other party's background. If he could analyze something, that would be for the best. Enemy. Lin Fei had never treated the 10 divine dynasties as his enemies. In front of his violet moon sacred saber, the 10 divine dynasties could effortlessly crush them. He knew that his true enemy should be the mastermind behind the heavenly fate rankings. After the destiny list appeared, coupled with the system's analysis, Lin Fei came to a conclusion. He needed to be wary of the existence behind the destiny list. If they didn't show themselves, Lin Fei wouldn't do anything. Well water does not interfere with river water, everyone goes their own way. The idea was good, but there would always be accidents. The people behind the scenes had really come. Although they appeared in the form of a mysterious energy, it was enough to prove that his plan to support Mu Rendi and the others was real. They could not sit still anymore. You are indeed very courageous. It is your honor that we have taken a liking to you. The mysterious energy's voice sank with a trace of anger. Since I can find you, I can also destroy you. Hua hua! The mysterious energy turned into a long sword. Cold light shot out in all directions, an endless killing intent locked onto Lin Fei's body. Master, don't be afraid. He is just bluffing. He is doing it on purpose. Little evil demon mocked. Just now, I have already analyzed the source of this mysterious energy. Lin Fei had seen all sorts of storms. Threat? How shameless of him to put on a brave front. Although this killing intent was very domineering, Lin Fei did not take it seriously. It was far from enough to deal with him. It could not even break through the invincible defense, not to mention killing him. The moment the other party said this, Lin Fei was very unhappy. Can we capture them for analysis? Lin Fei was very curious where they came from. Sure. Lin Fei was very courageous. At first, he planned to be careful. After knowing that the other party was pretending, Lin Fei understood that they were just trying to scare him. It would be difficult to kill him. Of course, to those who didn't know the truth. The other party's powerful aura was enough to suppress everyone. Resist? No one would do it. They had long been frightened by this power. In Lin Fei's eyes, the other party was just a joke, since, if you can't appear in person, then you must have misgivings. No matter what misgivings you have, as long as you have misgivings, Lin Fei has nothing to worry about. If it was just a strand of mysterious energy, it might be understandable. However, this mysterious energy had appeared in such a manner. Lin Fei knew very well that they were afraid of this part of the starry sky. This was Lin Fei's chance. Can you cut them off? So that they won't be able to pinpoint the exact location? Yes, I can shield the profound sky world, but it will consume a lot of Master's destiny points. At the same time, it will simulate another position so that no one will be able to discover it. Lin Fei was relieved. What he was most afraid of was leaking out his position. He didn't want to expose too many details. Shield it immediately. Lin Fei was prepared to take out the Purple Moon's sacred blade and destroy this mysterious energy. Alright. All in all, this happened in an instant. If you want to destroy me, I'll completely destroy you first. What kind of bullshit is this? Lin Fei laughed and took out the Purple Moon's sacred blade. 80 times amplification. With the super weapon, the Purple Moon's sacred blade in his hand, he was filled with endless confidence. Kill. The Purple Moon's sacred blade struck the other party's sword, its power reaching its limit. Lin Fei didn't need to worry that this power would spread out. Little evil demon had already shielded it. With a swing of the blade, the sword condensed from the mysterious energy shattered on the spot. You, damn it, you actually have a heavenly mandate weapon. And it's an 80 times amplification. The other party let out a roar. The roar carried an exaggerated expression of surprise. Lin Fei couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense. The Purple Moon's sacred blade continued to slash. Wherever the blade went, pieces of the mysterious energy were shattered, unable to reassemble. You, who exactly are you? It was just as little evil demon had analyzed. The other party was just a ball of mysterious energy. Its power was limited. It was no problem for it to deal with the 10 great dynasty lords, but it was still lacking to deal with Lin Fei. The person who wants your old life. With an 80 times amplification, the heavenly mandate energy was unleashed to its limit. With every slash, a portion of the mysterious energy was shattered. The mysterious energy counterattacked at the start, but the counterattack wasn't strong. Lin Fei, who had activated his invincible defense mode, attacked fiercely. With the Purple Moon's sacred blade in his hand, he was like an invincible overlord. You're dead. The mysterious energy's voice became sharp. No matter who you are, if you dare to spoil something good, you will definitely be destroyed. The mysterious energy wasn't an idiot. With pure energy, it wasn't a match for him. After threatening him, it prepared to leave. When the time came, it would come back to take care of this blind thing. On the way back, the mysterious energy was blocked. An unknown energy sealed Invincible Palace, trapping him in this place. Want to leave? Dream on. Lin Fei charged over again. He raised his blade and slashed down. Boom, boom, boom. The mysterious energy kept attacking. Regretfully, the seal of the unknown energy was too firm. It couldn't be broken at all. His mysterious energy was getting weaker and weaker. With every slash, a portion of the mysterious energy would be shattered. This made the other party fly into a rage. Suppress. The mysterious energy was getting weaker and weaker. Lin Fei opened the system and suppressed it with a huge amount of heavenly mandate energy. What are you doing? The system's unique spatial barrier came down and sucked in the mysterious energy completely. Hoo! Lin Fei held the purple moon's sacred blade and felt a little strained. Luckily, I have the purple moon's sacred blade. With an 80 times amplification, it would be hard to break the mysterious energy's defense. The other party was very strong. Especially in terms of defense, it was almost invincible. At least, it was so in Lin Fei's eyes. Ordinary monarch weapons wouldn't be able to break it. He sat down again and opened the system page. He couldn't help but open his mouth. Damn, the consumption is really huge. In just a short battle, I actually used up 5% of my heavenly mandate points. Lin Fei at most grumbled a little. Without heavenly mandate points, not to mention concealing the aura, even suppressing this mysterious energy was an unknown thing. Now, Lin Fei only wanted to know the origin of the other party. As for the consumed heavenly mandate points, it wouldn't take more than a few days to replenish. With half of the divine world in his hands, Lin Fei had become the richest person in this starry sky. Chapter 2083. Lin Fei was very confident in Little Devil. He believed that everything would be taken care of in the future. Even if the other side found out, it would not be easy to find him in the vast starry sky. They left. Soon, Little Devil noticed that the mysterious energy had left. It seems like they have reached some kind of cooperation. Lin Fei smiled. Maybe they have a new backer. It won't be long before they make a move. No matter what they do, Lin Fei has nothing to fear. As long as they occupy a limited amount of heaven's will energy, he does not believe that they can overturn the heavens. This is Lin Fei's biggest advantage now. Where did they go? Can you find out? Lin Fei suddenly thought of something and asked. Lin Fei really wanted to know where the mysterious energy went. They disappeared in this starry sky. I can't find any traces of them for the time being. My guess is that they should be on the other side of the starry sky, very far away from us. Lin Fei was slightly startled. The other side of the starry sky? Are you sure? I can only vaguely feel that they are in this starry sky, but they are in a distant position. How far? Little Devil said, with Master's current strength, if you go there, you might need to fly for a few hundred years, and this is also my estimate. With Lin Fei's current strength, using Heaven's will energy to drive the power of space, the speed of movement is unimaginable. Even so, it would still take more than a few hundred years, which is really very far. If it was an ordinary God Emperor, it would take more than 1,000 years. I should heave a sigh of relief. A few hundred years to come here. By the time I come here, the daylilies would have already dried. Lin Fei can't help but laugh. No wonder they used this method to descend. You better quickly subdue that mysterious energy. In the entire starry sky, except for a limited number of people, almost no one knows that the mysterious energy has descended. They are too good at protecting it. Only Lin Fei put down the surveillance to monitor all the big powers in the divine world. Only then did he know how much mysterious energy has descended this time. They want to support him from all sides. Master, I have subdued it. The next day, when Lin Fei was still eating, the imp sent him good news. So fast. Lin Fei didn't really care about how much destiny energy he had used. Now, he could finally reveal his true face. In the secret chamber of the Invincible Palace, little evil demon shielded the surroundings, not letting any energy leak out, forming an independent existence. In the future, This place will always be open. Lin Fei didn't mind such a small consumption at all. In the secret room, a mass of energy floated. Tell me about yourself. Where are you from? Lin Fei casually said, I want to know the exact purpose. Master, I come from the other side of the galaxy, the world of the 33 sacred heavens. The mysterious energy was completely subdued, and its words were no longer as sharp as before. World of the 33 sacred heavens? This was a very strange world. There was one thing that the little demon had analyzed correctly. They were indeed from the other side of the starry sky. In other words, they were all in the same starry sky. Although Lin Fei had already expected this, they came from the same place. Just from the name, one could tell that they had an extraordinary background. World of the 33 sacred heavens, what kind of place is that? Tell me more about it, the more detailed the better. Lin Fei was excited. This was equivalent to unveiling a whole new place. Phew, so the world of the 33 sacred heavens is so amazing. Lin Fei listened very carefully. The other party was also very detailed. Only after listening did Lin Fei understand the world of the 33 sacred heavens. How terrifying it was. It was a terrifying country. In this part of the starry sky, the strongest existence ruled this part of the starry sky world. It was the undisputed overlord. Any expert from that place would be invincible on this side. Because the world of the 33 sacred heavens had developed to the extreme, even if one's physical strength was weak, they could still use external forces to improve. Lin Fei also knew the origin of this mysterious energy. It was the subordinate of one of the important figures in the world of the 33 sacred heavens. Relying on special equipment, he had traveled a long distance to the immortal world to find an agent. Because he had arrived late, he had chosen the mysterious sky world, and Lin Fei just so happened to be the strongest person in the mysterious sky world. Say, if the world of the 33 sacred heavens rules this part of the starry sky world, then why isn't there anyone from them in the immortal world? This was something that Lin Fei was very interested in. A journey of a few hundred years wasn't that long. Since they were so strong, why didn't they set up a stronghold here, station troops and experts, and control everything here? Lin Fei felt that there was a problem here. In reply to my lord, because this is the world of the 33 sacred heavens sealed grounds. Lin Fei finally came to a realization. So this part of the starry sky was called the sealed grounds by the world of the 33 sacred heavens. Could it be because you can't enter the sealed grounds personally, and can only use this method? That's right. The power of the heavenly Daos in the sealed area is extremely powerful, forming a sealed area. Once an outsider enters this sealed area, he or she will be mercilessly suppressed by the heavenly Daos. Those who are weak will be directly killed by the heavenly Daos. Only then can they send a portion of their divine sense in, and they can't last for too long. Lin Fei completely understood. My worries were unnecessary. Lin Fei had been worried that they would kill their way here, but now it seemed that this sealed grounds wasn't a bad thing. At least they couldn't enter, and even if they did, they couldn't last for too long. The more Lin Fei asked, the more he learned. Who would have thought that such a huge part of the starry sky was actually a sealed grounds? If word got out, everyone would be shocked, and find it hard to believe that it was true. Then why does the world of the 33 sacred heavens interfere with the matters of the sealed grounds? Surely it can't be that you have nothing better to do. Lin Fei quickly asked about the most pressing matter. The God Emperor was controlled by them. The so-called destiny energy actually came from the world of the 33 sacred heavens, and the God Emperor was also nurtured by them. I'm not too sure about this. Rumor has it that only the top figures know. This guy doesn't know this ultimate secret. Lin Fei thought about it again. This seemed very normal. If their subordinates all knew, they wouldn't need to worry so much about a sealed grounds. Lin Fei asked a few more questions, and got the little devil to temporarily seal this mysterious energy. It might come in handy in the future. Chapter 2084. An earth-shattering secret shocked Lin Fei. Sealed grounds, world of the 33 sacred heavens. Regardless of who it was, all of them were horrified. If news of this got out, the entire god world would be shaken. No one could imagine that this part of the starry sky was actually sealed, and formed into a unique place. There's going to be a good show. Lin Fei's lips curled up into a smile. Keep watching the 10 god dynasties. I think those fellows from World of the 33 Sacred Heavens will make their move soon, Lin Fei instructed the little devil. What Lin Fei could do now was to keep watch over the 10 god dynasties. Only by keeping everything under control would Lin Fei have no need to worry about World of the 33 Sacred Heavens. So many years had passed, but no one from World of the 33 Sacred Heavens had entered this part of the cosmos. That was the best proof. I'll keep watch over the 10 god dynasties immediately. Lin Fei immediately thought of something else. Perhaps the old man who was hunted came from World of the 33 Sacred Heavens. As soon as he thought of this, Lin Fei felt that there should be no mistake. That person must have come from World of the 33 Sacred Heavens. Only there could be such a super expert who could make the system warn him. Only a few top people knew about the arrival of people from World of the 33 Sacred Heavens. The rest did not know about it at all. But for the 10 god dynasties, and even some other dynasties, the appearance of the mysterious person made them understand something. Perhaps fighting for the position of God Emperor was no longer an impossible thing. Ever since the rise of the 5 subworlds, the 10 god dynasties had been struggling. They had been suppressed everywhere, especially with the appearance of that damned weapon of destiny. Fight? They couldn't beat them. Give up? They felt that they would give up now. As the subworlds grew stronger and occupied half of the world, the dream of the 10 god dynasties would no longer exist. If they continued to attack, the 10 god dynasties would soon be suppressed to the point where they were at death's door. This was not something they wanted to see. Now they saw hope. True hope. They're here. In the ancient Forbidden Zone, the Supreme Demon Emperor stood on a mountain peak with his hands behind his back. You guys still came. It seems like the rise of the 5 subworlds has disrupted your plans. Who would have thought that you would have such a day? The Supreme Devil Emperor felt very satisfied. It had been a long time since he had seen them suffer a setback. Didn't you all think that you could control everything? This time around, you're going to be disappointed. The Supreme Demon Emperor was an ancient existence who had lived for countless eras. He could sense existences that ordinary people could not sense. For example, the descent of mysterious auras. Although they were well concealed, in the eyes of the Supreme Demon Emperor, they were like white lights in the dark night, incomparably dazzling. Tion. Don't disappoint this old man. This old man really wants to see what kind of expression the arrogant bunch of you will have after being defeated by a junior. The powerhouses of the ancient Forbidden Lands all noticed the arrival of the mysterious aura. No one knew this better than they did. All of them were shocked, but soon after, they burst into hearty laughter. Perhaps there was nothing more worthy of their happiness than this kind of thing. How many years has it been? Even though they were powerful existences in the Forbidden Zone, they were still unable to leave this part of the starry sky, let alone other matters. They were like little birds. Trapped in a place, they were destined to be unable to leave. As they appeared, they became even more excited. Even big shots had such a day. Their schemes seemed to pale in comparison to this part of the starry sky. The first Dream God Dynasty. The first Dream God Dynasty Lord couldn't digest the shocking news for a while. That tyrannical aura crushed everything in his path. At that moment, he realized how tiny he was. Cooperation? Agent? Under such circumstances, the first Dream God Dynasty Lord had no choice. He didn't even hesitate. He immediately agreed. As long as he sat in that position and controlled an era, cooperation didn't matter. When he became the God Emperor, there would eventually be a way to solve this problem. He would take advantage of this first. The first Dream God Dynasty Lord felt that there was definitely a problem since they couldn't descend with their main bodies. He was much more relieved. A weapon of destiny. Even if it's only a semi-finished product, it can still turn the situation around. The first Dream God Dynasty Lord thought about how the mysterious person would soon send over a weapon of destiny. Just thinking about it made him excited. Without the weapon of destiny, Mu Rendi and the others were nothing. Mu Rendi, your doomsday is coming soon. He appeared so soon? In the secret chamber of the All-Heaven God Dynasty. Old Man Fu had a rare serious expression as he stared at the starry sky outside. You still have to decide to intervene. This old man thought that I could shake everything this time, but I didn't expect someone to be even more powerful than me. Truly amazing. Old Man Fu shook his head. He felt a trace of joy in his heart. This part of the starry sky had been controlled by someone from era to era. This time, there was no need for him to cause any waves. Someone was already doing it. I hope you can make those people suffer a huge setback. Old Man Fu closed his eyes again. He seemed to be much more relaxed. The next day, some of the divine dynasties, including the 10 divine dynasties, withdrew their forces and stayed in hiding. Those who didn't know would think that they were afraid of the 5 subworlds. However, that wasn't the case. Mu Rendi and the others didn't know about the mysterious person descending. Their eyes were focused on how to attack. The rulers of the 5 subworlds attacked in a line. They supported each other and had the upper hand. What are they doing? They actually withdrew their forces. Looks like they're afraid. The Nether River Divine Emperor laughed. I didn't expect that there would be a day when they would be afraid of us. We have a strong army now. We can destroy the god dynasties one by one. Even if they join forces, they won't be able to stop the 5 of us. Only Mu Rendi frowned slightly. Don't attack for now. I have an uneasy feeling. Among the 5 subworlds, Mu Rendi of the Hell World was the commander and had great authority. This decision surprised them. Taoist Mu, is there a mistake? They're the ones who are afraid of us now. Why should we worry about them? What can they do now? You said that they're making an altar? Lin Fei didn't go out. With the system, he could monitor the 10 great god dynasties. Lin Fei would know immediately if they made any movements. Ever since Lin Fei learned about the 33 sacred heavens and the sealed world, he had listed the 10 great god dynasties as the key targets of surveillance. Send me the images. As soon as the system screen was turned on, 10 small images appeared. They're really mysterious. They're going to cover the sky and the sea. When he saw the tall altar, Lin Fei knew what they were up to. They're going to open a temporary passage. Maybe those people will help them and send some equipment, the little devil said. Chapter 2085. With half of the divine world under his control, Lin Fei could now fully monitor it. How many destiny points would be consumed? Lin Fei didn't care. Anyway, it was negligible, and he wasn't afraid of the consumption at all. After they built the altar, Lin Fei knew what they wanted to do. They were going to replace the equipment soon. Where did they come from? They must be from the 33 sacred heavens. There was no better way to reverse the current situation in the divine world than to increase their strength. And to do so, supplying some weapons of destiny was undoubtedly the best choice. Lin Fei was sure that they were going to send the weapons of destiny to the 10 divine dynasties soon. 18 clones can now come in handy. The 10 divine dynasties retreated to the back. Secretly, he began to build the altar without stopping. In order to build the altar, each divine dynasty gave everything they had. They took out all kinds of supreme-grade materials and threw them into the altar. Almost every divine dynasty did the same. In less than a few days, a huge sacrificial altar was built. The divine dynasties were very secretive. While the altar was being built, the surroundings were guarded by heavenly mandate experts, for fear that anything would go wrong. In order to complete the construction of the altar, the divine dynasties went all out. When it was finished, the altar was so tightly sealed that not even a mosquito could get in. They really spent a lot of money. On a mountain peak of the Dream God dynasty, which was the closest to the altar, Lin Fei, dressed in black, stood on the peak. The surveillance was turned on, and everything around the altar was in Lin Fei's sight. The huge altar was hundreds of feet high, and it was made of supreme-grade materials. Fortunately, they had a strong foundation, so they could afford to build it. I wonder what kind of good equipment you will send this time. After they finished building the altar, Lin Fei came in person. Lin Fei had arranged for people from all the 10 divine dynasties. After occupying half of the divine dynasties, Lin Fei would not let the 10 divine dynasties turn the tables and destroy their ceremony this time. This was the best choice. It would be best if he could plunder some weapons of destiny. Lin Fei wanted to know if there was any difference between the weapons of destiny created by his system and their weapons of destiny. According to the system's calculations, after the altar was built, it would be activated immediately. He's here. The Dream Dynasty Lord did not know that the altar he was building was already being monitored. To build the altar, First Dream Dynasty Lord was going all out. Are you ready? Meng Yichao asked his subordinates calmly. In truth, Dream 1 Dynasty Lord was extremely nervous. He couldn't help but feel nervous. It was related to turning the current situation around. The first Dream Dynasty Lord did not think that he would be the only one receiving help. The earlier he built the altar, the earlier he would receive help. According to the orders of the Imperial Lord, everything has been prepared. Meng Wan waved his hand. Then let's begin. The altar was very high. At the peak of the altar was a huge platform. Meng Yichao stepped onto the platform and stood at the peak. Open. At this moment, the altar and the first Dream Dynasty seemed to have become one. There was no difference between them. The first Dream Dynasty Lord sent out a mysterious mark, and a giant hole appeared in the space not far away. This hole wasn't big, but with the help of the altar, it became bigger and bigger. Throw it in. The Dynasty Lord gave the order. The person at the back threw out a treasure. It turned out to be a treasure used to trap people. The moment the treasure was opened, a dense number of people fell down. These people fell into the hole. Pung pung pung. As they fell in, the entire hole turned into a giant blood-colored whirlpool. This is a sacrifice. Lin Fei was slightly shocked. The first Dream Dynasty Lord was really willing to do anything, to actually use Celestials as a blood sacrifice. They are using the power of Celestials to connect to the outside. However, this tunnel can't last for long, it can only last for a short period of time. Lin Fei frowned. He was unhappy with such actions. Although he was unhappy, he didn't decide to stop them. The blood sacrifice lasted for around an hour. During this period, tens of millions of Celestials were sacrificed. The same scene was happening in the other divine dynasties monitored by the system. In order to turn the situation around, these people would do anything. However, in the divine realm, which had a huge population, Celestials were the most worthless. Tens of millions of Celestials were really nothing. It's about to start. Lin Fei kept staring. Whoosh. Half an hour after the blood sacrifice, the tunnel completely stabilized, and a terrifying aura came from the other side. The first Dream Dynasty Lord heaved a sigh of relief. Using Celestials as a blood sacrifice could be considered ruthless. It didn't matter how many Celestials were sacrificed. It's coming. The first Dream Dynasty Lord stared at the tunnel. According to that person, once the tunnel was opened, it wouldn't last for long. When it completely stabilized, the other side would send over equipment. First was a Heavenly Mandate battle armor. It was completely white and flew out of the tunnel. Seeing this white Heavenly Mandate battle armor, the first Dream Dynasty Lord finally smiled. Haha, this is great. The first Dream Dynasty Lord knew what this was. The Heavenly Mandate battle armor with terrifying defense. Master, according to my analysis, this heavenly mandate battle armor will have 40 times the defense, the little demon said. The corner of Lin Fei's mouth rose. Not bad, it's the heavenly mandate battle armor with 40 times the defense. It can block Mu Rendi's attack. Master, do you want to destroy it now, or? With Lin Fei's current strength, the Purple Moon Sacred Saber could easily break the tunnel. Lin Fei didn't want to do that now. It was meaningless. The heavenly mandate battle armor was soon in the first Dream Dynasty Lord's hands. That was already very tempting. However, what the first Dream Dynasty Lord cared about the most was the heavenly mandate weapon. That was the key. As long as he had it, he could fight Mu Rendi and the others and even reverse the situation. It's coming. Behind the heavenly mandate battle armor, the sound of metal clashing came from the tunnel. A chill surged from the tunnel. Great. 5 heavenly mandate weapons appeared in the first Dream Dynasty Lord's vision. Wow, there are actually 5 of them. Quick, analyze them for me. Lin Fei was also secretly surprised. 5 heavenly mandate weapons were enough to reverse the situation. At the very least, they could maintain an invincible position and maintain the situation. I've analyzed it. The strongest one has a 50 times increase in power. The other 4 have a 30 times increase. Lin Fei thought that the 33 sacred heavens would give him a 100 times increase in power. He didn't expect it to only be a 50 times increase. Master, this is already very good. The little demon smiled. It's so good to give it all at once. Maybe the heavenly mandate weapon over there doesn't have a very high increase in power. Not very high. Impossible. Lin Fei didn't expect the little demon to analyze it like this. Chapter 2086. Lin Fei was a little disappointed. 50 times? What was this? If the people of the 33 sacred heavens knew about this, they would probably vomit blood. You really have a heavenly mandate weapon that can increase one's power by 100 times. Help me change the lens. Soon, Lin Fei had a clear view of the situation in the other divine dynasties. Soon, he had the result. After reading it, Lin Fei shook his head. He was very disappointed. The strongest heavenly mandate weapon could only increase one's power by 50 times, not 100 times like he had imagined. It should be because the seal here is too strong. Even they can't send a better one over. Or they don't want to give it so much in one go. Lin Fei felt that it made sense. No matter what the reason is, the good equipment that came to my door is now mine. It's still here. Outside the peerless divine dynasty, Old Man Fu's eyes were like lightning as he stared at one of the stars. It's time to make a move. A heavenly mandate weapon can increase my strength by a lot. Boom! Old Man Fu's palm covered the sky as he punched out. The attack was locked on the passage. Boom! 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 The punch hit the passage. The body of the person on the altar shook, and the passage also shook. The peerless divine dynasty lord was furious. The punch was too fast, and he couldn't block it. He took out the fragment of the heavenly mandate weapon and threw it at the other party. Old Man Fu was dressed in black. He stepped on the air and charged over. No one could stop him. The dense heavenly mandate energy turned into a huge wave and swept across everyone. The experts of the peerless divine dynasty were all sent flying. Boom! A huge finger came from the passage. Obviously, the other party also knew that someone was trying to steal it. You can't do it. Old Man Fu snorted and threw a punch. The entire passage shook and began to become unstable. Quick, sacrifice and stabilize the passage. The peerless divine dynasty lord was also sent flying by the heavenly mandate energy. How could there be an expert of this level in the divine world? That old man actually appeared. Before Lin Fei could make a move, Little Devil sent a notification. The scene changed, and he recognized the black-robed old man. Looks like he can't help it either. Lin Fei knew a few clues. This old man Black Ao. He should be from the 33 sacred heavens. Arrange for our people to leave. Lin Fei had little interest in the weapon of destiny. The purpose of this trip was none other than to prevent them from increasing their strength. They wanted to suppress their strength. Now that Old Man Fu had made a move, Lin Fei didn't plan to go to the Peerless Celestial Dynasty's side. Even if the people from the Peerless Celestial Dynasty made a move, they wouldn't be able to stop Old Man Fu's attack. It's my turn now. Boom! With a wave of the purple moon's sacred saber, the saber light was like a long river, instantly blasting the huge passageway. Instability began to appear. Damn it! Meng Yi roared. He looked around and said, "Kill them! You must block them!" With just one saber, Dream One Dynasty Lord knew how terrifying Lin Fan was. With just one saber, the passageway became unstable. The terrifying saber light aura caused Dream One Dynasty Lord's body to tremble uncontrollably. Bam bam bam! Another saber radiance came crashing down. The experts from Dream One God Dynasty were instantly sliced in half, turning into corpses that fell from the sky. Lin Fei continued to attack from afar. 80 times increase in strength. As expected, it is amazing. One saber from afar caused Dream One Dynasty Lord to spit out 3 liters of blood. Come here. Lin Fei reached out and grabbed towards the weapon of destiny in the passageway. Bastard, this is mine. Dream One Dynasty Lord's Destiny Battle Armor activated the weapon of destiny fragment to try to block him. Scram! The saber light swept out. Dream One Dynasty Lord couldn't dodge and was swept away. He spat out a mouthful of blood and smashed into a mountain range. Lin Fei controlled half of the Heaven's Mandate energy. How could a single attack from him be blocked by the Dream Dynasty Lord? Hong! Just as he was about to collect the weapon of destiny, a roar came from the passageway, showing that it was extremely furious. You dare to move! The roar was filled with endless rage. At the same time, a huge finger went straight for Lin Fei on the mountain peak. You're just a will. Who do you think you are? Lin Fei was unmoved by this angry voice. He slashed out 3 times with the purple moon's sacred saber, each more terrifying than the last. The huge finger was cut off. Collect. Lin Fei opened his mouth and sucking in all the shattered energy. It's that person again. At the same time, Old Man Fu blocked the opponent's counterattack and snatched the weapon of destiny in the passageway. Just as he was about to leave, he sensed the situation from the other side. So powerful! He broke the opponent's attack with 3 slashes. Old Man Fu moved quickly and soon stood in a starry sky, watching the battle outside the Dream One God Dynasty. Is this person also from that place? Old Man Fu narrowed his eyes. Looks like I should go talk to him. I was alone, but now I have a companion. Hong. When Lin Fei launched his attack, a battle also broke out in the other god dynasties. Someone from Reverse Kill? That's amazing! Very quickly, Old Man Fu noticed another situation. Battles were erupting everywhere. Wow, there are so many weapons of destiny. Old Man Fu was experienced and knowledgeable, but no one knew better than him that there was not a single complete weapon of destiny in this starry sky. There were only a certain number of fragments. But now Old Man Fu felt that he was really old. Good, they're going to be disappointed again. Old Man Fu turned and left. The huge movement in the divine world was noticed by the top figures. When they saw the battle, they all gasped. Those black-robed people were too powerful. Each of them was holding a weapon of destiny, and they actually blocked the attack from that side. The battle was fast and swift. They attacked with lightning speed, not giving the other side time to react. The whole battle did not last long. The people of the God Dynasty could only watch them leave. No one dared to stop them. After all, the weapons in their hands were not for show. These people left as quickly as they came. My weapon of destiny! Soon, sharp roars came from the divine world. It wasn't just one voice, it was one after another, and all of them were filled with endless grievances. The weapon of destiny was right in front of them, but it was taken away by an outsider. There was nothing more tragic than this. Good harvest! After defeating the counterattack with 3 slashes, Lin Fei put away the weapon of destiny and absorbed a part of the destiny energy. He quickly left the Dream One God Dynasty and returned to the Invincible Palace. This time, he robbed a total of 11 God Dynasties. Chapter 2087. Although the sacrificial altar built by the Divine Dynasties was not destroyed, it did not last long. Especially when the enemy's energy surged in, the passage collapsed in a short time. That night, many people were furious. Spies were sent out to find out who had done it. In the end, the mastermind focused on the Counter-Kill organization. This was the most mysterious faction in the Divine Realm. Even now, no one knew who the leader of the Counter-Kill organization was. They had appeared without a trace. Originally, the Divine Dynasties and Divine Dynasties had wanted to use this opportunity to increase their strength and crush the other party in one go. Everyone was dumbfounded that the weapons of destiny had been stolen. Neither of them could laugh. Everyone looked like they were about to cry. They hated the Counter-Kill organization to the bone. Even though they knew that the Counter-Kill organization had supported the 5 subworlds and made them like the sun at high noon, and that the strength they had displayed made them wary, they did not think it was that scary after the mysterious person's support. Only after this night's attack did they realize how strong the other party was. A total of 40 to 50 weapons of destiny had been stolen. When another piece of news came that the Divine Dynasties ranked lower than the top 10 had not been robbed, the leaders of the 10 Divine Dynasties were completely furious. They hurriedly called for a meeting to discuss the serious consequences of this incident. 43 in total. Not bad. At this time, all the weapons of destiny were placed in front of Lin Fei. Analyze it for me. With the system, Lin Fei had to calculate the situation in the world of the 33 holy heavens. He could not do it himself, but he had the system. As long as the system was there, Lin Fei had nothing to worry about. After spending a certain amount of destiny points, Lin Fei received the latest analysis report on the world of the 33 holy heavens. I just analyzed it. These weapons of destiny came from the hands of a grandmaster, and their quality is pretty good. They are relatively exquisite. Then, I calculate that the strongest weapon of destiny in the world of the 33 holy heavens should have a 500-fold increase in power. In theory, this result should have an 80% chance of success. Lin Fei blinked. The strongest is a 500-fold increase? That doesn't sound like much. If those people knew, they would probably vomit blood and curse crazily. You're just a junior, so how would you know how terrifying a 500-fold amplification is? Lin Fei currently had the Purple Moon Holy Saber in his hands, which was amplified by 80 times. In his opinion, a 500 times increase in power was actually nothing much. It was just that. Of course it's nothing much. In front of me, a mere 500 times increase in power is just a joke. Little Evil Demon said complacently. Master, your current Purple Moon Holy Blade is 80 times more powerful. Now, with these authentic Heaven's Will weapons, I can increase the power of Master's Purple Moon Holy Blade by 100 times. We should thank them for sending us the Heaven's Will weapons. Ah! Lin Fei was quite satisfied with the 100-fold increase in power. The power of the previous slash had directly broken through the defenses of the altar. It was a true attack of a monarch descending upon the world. At least in this world, it was very useful. Then increase the power of the Purple Moon Holy Saber to 100 times. As for the remaining weapons of destiny, Lin Fei wasn't interested in them. With the real weapons of destiny in front of him, the system could safely calculate them. Then, he would be able to create a heavenly mandate weapon that was 100 times more powerful. This night's work was not in vain. After this night, the position of the 10 god dynasties began to waver. 3 months later, the War of the Divine Dynasties broke out, and the Divine Dynasties ranked behind the top 10 broke out. The God Dynasties behind the top 10 launched an offensive against the 10 God Dynasties. With the weapons of destiny in their hands, they launched a powerful offensive. Most of the forces of the 10 God Dynasties were swept away, and they had no choice but to hide. This made the lords of the 10 God Dynasties gnash their teeth. It was all because of that detestable organization, Counterkill. If it wasn't for the night attack, would they be like this now? They should have been the ones showing off their strength. Although he hated them, he now hoped that the mysterious man would appear again and bring them benefits. The overall strength of the God Dynasties behind the top 10 had improved a lot. They didn't launch an attack on the territories of the 5 subworlds. Instead, they launched an attack on the 10 God Dynasties, forcing them to keep shrinking, and even to the point where they were at the gate. With the 40 times increase of the weapons of destiny, it was enough to suppress the current 10 God Dynasties. Just when everyone thought that the 10 God Dynasties were about to change dynasties, the destiny list in the sky actually made a move. One after another, Jingguang descended on the 10 God Dynasties and enveloped them, forming a powerful shield that forced the God Dynasties to retreat. The whole divine world was in an uproar again. F***ck, this is cheating. Lin Fei was very happy to see that the 10 God Dynasties were about to be defeated. The Destiny list actually sent Jingguang down to protect the 10 God Dynasties. Lin Fei was very unhappy with this kind of behavior. Everyone knew that the 10 God Dynasties wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. Master, the Destiny list should be a very extraordinary treasure that can resist the influence of this starry sky. The 10 God Dynasties are destined to compete for the destiny of destiny. In other words, they have luck, and the Destiny list is their luck. As long as the Destiny list exists, those God Dynasties can't attack it. The little demon explained. Humph, they are lucky. Lin Fei snorted. Even with the protection of the Destiny list, it won't be that easy for them to compete for the destiny of destiny. In 3 months, the power of Lin Fei's Violet Moon Sacred Blade had increased by 100 times. Of course, it consumed a large number of destiny points. At the same time, he also had the Heavenly Mandate Battle Armor, which had 100 times the defense, which finally allowed Lin Fei to save some destiny points. Most of the Divine World's territory was in his hands. As long as he fought steadily and seized 20 to 30% of it, even if he had the weapons of destiny, they wouldn't be able to display their full power. At this time, those who were observant would discover that the destiny energy of the Divine World was shrinking rapidly. Every time it was consumed, it was not easy to replenish it. Since he's here, why hide? Suddenly, Lin Fei narrowed his eyes and slashed at the void with the Violet Moon Sacred Blade. He sneered. Young man, what a temper! This slash caused a person to appear in the void. The corner of the person's eyes kept twitching. The small square shield in front of him also showed traces of cracks. The person who came was especially heartache. Someone is sneaking around, how can I not be angry? The corner of Lin Fei's mouth slightly rose. He was no stranger to the person who came. It was that dangerous person. Old Man Fu's heart trembled at this moment. His gaze landed on the purple long blade. Dao Friend Di Tian, you are really young and promising. Just based on this move of yours, no one in this starry sky can compare to you. Congratulations! Chapter 2088. What a joke! In the profound sky world, even top-notch experts couldn't hide from Little Devil's surveillance. From the moment the old man snuck in, Little Devil had already informed Lin Fei. It could be said that his every move was under surveillance, and it was impossible to spy on him. Coincidentally, when the old man was not far away, Lin Fei launched an attack. He took out the Purple Moon's Sacred Blade and attacked with his strongest attack, chasing the old man out. Haha, I like what you said. Since you know that I'm so powerful and you still dare to spy on me, I feel that your words are fake. Lin Fei said unyieldingly. Old Man Fu frowned and thought to himself, this brat is really arrogant. If it was in the past, whoever dared to say such words would have died under his hands. Of course, he was an exception now. Fellow Taoist Di Tian must be joking, Old Man Fu said awkwardly. When he came in previously, he was indeed prepared to spy on Di Tian, who knew that before he could stand still, he would be forced out by the other party, and the treasure in his hand would be damaged. That was a heartache. Sit. Lin Fei threw out 2 chairs, pulled out one for himself, and swaggered down. Old Man Fu pulled a chair over and sat down. I really didn't expect you to be the mysterious person behind the scenes. It's really shocking and completely different from what I imagined. Lin Fei never thought that he was well hidden. Among the limited number of experts, they could definitely find him based on the clues he left behind. Without a doubt, Old Man Fu was one of them. It just came a little faster than he had expected. I'm quite satisfied that you can say that, Lin Fei said with a smile. Since you've seen the person, say what you have to say. Everyone is busy. Old Man Fu didn't expect the other party to be so direct. Busy? Who doesn't know that you're in the profound sky world and you're still busy? Especially after Old Man Fu found out that Kill was closely related to Di Tian, Old Man Fu knew. This Di Tian was more terrifying than he had imagined. Right now, the entire situation in the divine world was under Di Tian's control. Old Man Fu knew that he wouldn't be able to do something like this, especially for the experts that he had groomed. All of them were absolute powerhouses in this part of the starry sky. With heavenly mandate weapons in their hands, they could sweep through almost everything. You're very direct. You do have the right to speak like that. If it was someone else, Elder Fu might have probed, but Di Tian was different. All of this was unnecessary. This old man wants to cooperate with fellow Taoists. I wonder if fellow Taoist is interested? Tell me about it, Lin Fei said casually. I hope that you can give the position of Celestial Emperor to me. Old Fu looked at Lin Fei passionately. Lin Fei chuckled and said, Senior, you must be joking. I'm just a nameless junior. What qualifications do I have to say such words? Moreover, it's about deciding the position of a god emperor. The little devil suddenly said in his ear, Master, this old man is very agitated. He probably values the position of god emperor very much. Excited? It seems like the position of god emperor is hiding many secrets. Lin Fei thought to himself. It wasn't without reason that the world of the 33 sacred heavens valued it so much. Fellow Taoist, we all know that half of the god realm has fallen into your hands. They're just struggling at death's door. What's more, you have the most powerful force in your hand. Even I have to concede defeat. If fellow Taoist goes all out and chases the representative of the world of the 33 sacred heavens out, the position of God Emperor will definitely belong to you. Lin Fei indeed had the ability to do that. After knowing about the world of the 33 sacred heavens, Lin Fei didn't intend to do it this way. Now that someone jumped out and wanted the position of God Emperor, it was perfect. Lin Fei couldn't feign ignorance since he had already said it so bluntly. There was no need. The old man in front of him wasn't an ordinary person. He was one of the few dangerous people in this part of the starry sky. If he hadn't shown the purple moon's sacred blade at the start and left a deep impression on the other party, perhaps the old man wouldn't have spoken so politely. The position of God Emperor is a piece of cake for Senior. As for those two dangerous people, there's no need for Senior to worry about them. Now that the 10 god dynasties are no longer a threat, Senior can make your move. Lin Fei knew that the old man was testing him. Since he had done so, he didn't mind throwing out some words. Do you really think I don't know anything? What a joke. Elder Fu was shocked. He confirmed that this person was from the world of the 33 sacred heavens, just like him. He just didn't know which faction he belonged to. Fellow Taoist Di Tian, since you already know, I might as well say it directly. Elder Fu's expression was solemn. I hope you can help me get rid of those two. After we're done, I'll share everything on Mountain God Emperor with you. Old Man Fu knew that he couldn't kill the two of them by himself. If he had Di Tian's help, he had a higher chance of success. Even if he obtained the position of God Emperor in the future, he still had to deal with this mysterious Di Tian. Mountain God Emperor, is this the objective of the world of the 33 sacred heavens? Lin Fei thought. He knew that the old man was trying to drag him down with him. I can't make a decision on such an important matter. I need to think about it. I'll give you an answer in 3 days. Lin Fei said after pondering. I understand. I'll come back in 3 days. Elder Fu didn't think that he had an answer now. Next time, don't be sneaky. Not everyone has a better temper than me. Lin Fei smiled. There's no news about Mountain God Emperor? After the old man left, Lin Fei started to search for news about Mountain God Emperor. But no matter how hard he searched, he couldn't find any news about Mountain God Emperor. It was as if it never existed. Looks like Mountain God Emperor is more mysterious than I imagined. Could it only be opened by God Emperors? Lin Fei guessed. Should he agree to cooperate? According to the system's analysis, if Master cooperates with that person, you will get 60% of the benefit. However, there's also a certain risk. Little Fiend whispered. 60% of the benefits? Lin Fei was tempted. After finding out about the world of the 33 holy heavens, and that this part of the galaxy was a sealed land, Lin Fei knew how powerful the unknown enemy was. If they knew that he was the mastermind behind this, it wouldn't be easy to imagine what kind of revenge they would unleash. I'll get my revenge sooner or later. Let's talk about it after I take over Mountain God Emperor. Lin Fei was quite bold. After guessing their true intentions, he decided to go crazy for once. The old man dared to say it out loud because he believed that Lin Fei was from the 33 sacred heavens. Hence, Lin Fei didn't mind cooperating with him. It's decided then. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. He immediately made his decision. Chapter 2089. 3 days later. Elder Fu came again. After suffering the loss last time, he didn't dare to sneak up again. The power of the Purple Moon Sacred Saber wasn't that easy to defend against. This time, Elder Fu came directly. Lin Fei came out to welcome him personally, which was considered giving him some face. What's your decision? Old Man Fu was indeed worried and nervous. He had to be nervous. If Lin Fan didn't agree, Elder Fu wouldn't be confident if he didn't have a helper in this situation. Di Tian was an unexpected situation. An existence that couldn't be easily killed. If there was a way, Elder Fu wouldn't use this method. Since he wasn't as strong as Di Tian, he had to consider it seriously. I want 70% of the benefits on Mount God Emperor. Although Lin Fei agreed, it didn't mean that he would agree to it. No way. Elder Fu shook his head. 50% is already a lot. 70%? Wouldn't I have done all this for nothing? Lin Fei sneered. The more excited you are, the more it means that the things on Mount God Emperor are good stuff, and the more I understand the importance of Mount God Emperor. Since Senior said so, you can go alone. I won't interfere. Lin Fei said lazily. Anyway, I know what's on Mount God Emperor. Elder Fu liked Di Tian's way of threatening him, and he wanted to say something. But he couldn't say anything at this moment. Am I going alone? Although he had snatched some Heaven's Will weapons before, the quantity was far less than what Di Tian had, and he was also the scapegoat. Now, those people were suspecting that he had stolen the Heaven's Will weapons, and the enemies were also looking for him. This was why Elder Fu had no choice but to come. Knowing that Di Tian took the Destiny weapons, Elder Fu couldn't say it out loud. Di Tian wouldn't admit it, and he would be the scapegoat. Someone as shameless as Di Tian. It was Elder Fu's first time meeting such a person. You know the importance of the things on Mount God Emperor, and you should know how much 70% is. Forgive me for not agreeing. Elder Fu was slightly angered. Lin Fei shrugged. 70%, not a single cent less. Otherwise, I don't mind doing it myself. It might be troublesome, but I can handle it myself. Whoosh! The purple moon's sacred saber landed in Lin Fei's hand, flickering with a cold light. Xiao 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 xiao. Around Lin Fei, numerous figures appeared from the void and locked onto old Fu with killing intent. Each of them held a heavenly fate weapon in their hands. There were more than 10 super experts wielding weapons of destiny. I know that Senior is very powerful, but I still have the confidence to eliminate you. Lin Fei sneered, his fingers brushing past the purple moon's sacred saber. Senior, what do you think? Elder Fu's face darkened. You win. After some thought, old Fu knew that he couldn't resist this powerful force. Ditian wasn't easy to deal with, especially under such circumstances. If they really fought, the loser would definitely be him. The power of Ditian's heavenly mandate weapon was extremely terrifying. Who asked me to have more people than you? Besides, if you want to kill those 2 people, without my help, do you think you can succeed? Lin Fei smiled. Elder Fu didn't have anything else to say now. Alright, now we can discuss how to deal with them. In one of the divine dynasties in the divine world. It wasn't ranked high, but it was still ranked 18th. It usually didn't show its strength. After the surrounding divine dynasties were annexed, it had kept a low profile. It must be Elder Fu who did it. That guy is really powerful. He has such a powerful force under his control without anyone knowing. In the divine dynasty, 2 people, one in black and one in white, were sitting. They had seen the recent situation, but unfortunately, Elder Fu was elusive, and they couldn't find his whereabouts. Elder Fu is quite ruthless this time. He instantly knocked down the top 10 divine dynasties and supported the divine dynasties ranked lower than the top 10. In such a short time, the power of the top 10 divine dynasties was completely suppressed. I wonder what Elder Fu plans to do next. We still underestimated Elder Fu. So many years have passed, generation after generation. Boom! Suddenly, the divine dynasty they were in shook violently. A blade light slashed at the palace where they were. The 2 of them soared into the sky. Hey Wuxia, by Wuxia, weren't you looking for me? I'm here now. Elder Fu's clones sent out thousands of blade lights toward the 2 of them. The 2 of them were brothers. Hey Wuxia laughed. Elder Fu, it's not easy. After so many years, I've never seen you take the initiative to attack. However, can you do it? He took out a pair of golden gloves and put them on. Then, he punched the blade lights head-on. A large number of blade lights were shattered, and he pounced at Elder Fu like a leopard. Let me see if you've improved after so many years. He grabbed with one hand and an eagle soared into the sky, heading straight for Elder Fu's body. In the distant sky, Lin Fei kept watching. As expected of a super dangerous person. His strength is boundless. Lin Fei took a deep breath. The purple moon's sacred blade was also in his hand. Sneak over. Both of them were super experts, almost invincible in this part of the universe. If Lin Fei wanted to seriously injure or even kill them, he needed to win by surprise. That way, he could save a lot of destiny points. This was also what Lin Fei and Elder Fu had discussed. It wasn't difficult to find the 2's location. As soon as Elder Fu and the Black and White Veil fought, the entire divine dynasty collapsed. A terrifying aura spread throughout the divine world. Many divine dynasty lords appeared in the sky and looked at the battlefield. When he saw how the 3 of them were exuding a horrifying aura with every single one of their attacks, he could no longer remain calm. Goosebumps rose all over his body. No matter how far they were, they could still feel the terrifying aura. They couldn't suppress it. Too terrifying! Who are those 3 people? Why are there 3 terrifying experts like them in this world? No matter who it was, their expressions were almost the same. This aura was too terrifying. The three of them destroyed a divine dynasty in a moment. Then, one of them rushed out of the divine world and entered the starry sky. The black and white figures chased after him. Elder Fu, you can't run away. Lin Fei followed them quietly. Hee, let's see what you can do when you don't have much destiny energy left. Lin Fei's plan was simple. He wanted Elder Fu to consume their energy. In this part of the starry sky, 60% of the destiny energy was absorbed and controlled by Lin Fei. The remaining ones were few and far between. They might not be able to experience it during normal times, but it was very difficult to absorb the destiny energy during a battle. Chapter 2090. The three of them fought and soon arrived outside the starry sky. The black muslin and white muslin were very good at fighting together. One in the front, one in the back, they unleashed waves of heaven's will energy that shook the starry sky. The dynasty lords of the divine world couldn't help but be shocked. The three of them spread out in a circle, and that area became a starry sky of death. If anyone were to recklessly barge in at this time, there would only be one outcome: to be killed on the spot by the heaven's will energy. Even the Grand Luo immortals could only watch helplessly. Old Man Fu, just accept your fate. The black gauze's attacks were overbearing, and the gloves on his hands unleashed a terrifying might. Even though I don't know why you're here, it doesn't matter. As long as you're dead, your men won't be able to cause any trouble. Bai Wuxia took advantage of the opportunity and placed her palm on Old Man Fu's shoulder, sending him flying. Old Man Fu coughed out a mouthful of blood that flowed down the corner of his mouth. Why isn't Di Tian making a move yet? Elder Fu grumbled in his heart. According to the plan they had agreed upon, he would personally lead them into the starry sky. Then, the two of them would join forces to kill the black and white veil saint. It was different from what they had agreed on. Old Fu was under a lot of pressure. Although he was grumbling in his heart, Old Fu still gritted his teeth and continued to circulate the heavenly will energy in his body. He could not lose to these two. You want to kill this old man? You can't. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Old Fu had thousands of clones, and the starry sky was filled with them. It was a black mass that crushed towards the black and white veil. Lin Fei stealthily came over. Little Devil was also monitoring the destiny energy in their bodies. Master, the black crow yarn only has 30% of heaven's will left, while the white crow yarn has 40%. Well done. Lin Fei was very satisfied. I told you to release your ultimate moves. You'll regret it later. Lin Fei didn't believe that they had stored enough destiny energy. At the very least, they wouldn't have the same amount of energy as him. I'll attack you first. Lin Fei stared at Heisha. This guy was quite strong. The Purple Moon Sacred Saber was already in Xiao Chen's hands. He only needed one opportunity to severely injure the Black Veil Saint. That's right, activate the shielding function later and block this place. I don't want to be exposed so soon. No problem. The three of them exchanged blows for a short while. The mandate of Heaven's mandate in his body was being consumed very quickly. Its might was also not as great as before. Good chance. Lin Fei yelled. He decisively chose to attack when the Black Veil Saint was attacking Elder Fu. Whoosh. First, the system was blocked. The entire starry sky was quickly blocked. The onlooker's spiritual senses collided with an invisible layer of existence. Everything in front of him disappeared. Kill! A domineering and sharp blade appeared in a strange manner and slashed at the Black Veil Saint's body. A massive amount of Heaven's will energy surged out. Bang! Although the Black Veil Saint was prepared, he did not expect that the intruder would be so ferocious. His whole body was sent flying, and his entire arm flew out with blood flowing out. Do it! 19 black-robed men appeared out of thin air, each holding a purple moon saber. They surrounded Bai Wuxia. Phew! They're finally here. Old Fu heaved a sigh of relief. Bai Wuxia, today is the day you die. Old Fu sneered as he looked at Bai Wuxia, who was surrounded, and chased after He Wuxia. Bai Wuxia was stunned. The intruder's attacks were too domineering, and every strike was fatal. He was forced into a defensive state. Even so, wounds were left on his body in the blink of an eye, and blood was flowing out. Soon, Bai Wuxia felt that something was wrong. He did not have time to replenish his heaven's will energy. There did not seem to be any heaven's will energy in this starry sky. Even if there was, it was only a trace, and there was no time to replenish it. What the hell? Sir, who are you? Bai Wuxia's body quickly returned to normal. He had used up a large amount of heaven's will energy. He had never imagined that he could break through his body's defense with a single strike. I'm someone who wants your life. Lin Fei held the purple moon's sacred saber in his hand and soared down, creating a saber-light rainbow. He slashed at the Black Veil Saint. Feeling the threatening aura of the saber, the Black Veil Saint's heart sank. Damn old Fu. Where did he find this helper? Why don't I know about this starry sky? Why does this person exist? Clang! A square shield blocked in front of him. Crack! With just one strike, the square shield exploded into pieces. If I want to kill you, no one can stop me. Swish! 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 Lin Fei slashed out 3 more times. Each strike was more ferocious than the previous. The saber flashed with unparalleled might. PFFF! 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 The 3 strikes landed on the Black Veil Saint's body, and his powerful body was instantly severed into 3 pieces. How can he be so powerful? Old Fu, who had caught up, was shocked. Back then, Di Tian had damaged his treasure with a single strike, so he was rather fearful. Now that he had witnessed it, he realized that Di Tian was more terrifying than he had imagined. What kind of expert was the Black Veil Saint? Even if he had used up a lot of his heaven's will energy, he should have been able to block Di Tian's attack. But now, his body had been severed in 3 strikes. Whoosh! After his body reformed, the Black Veil Saint's face was pale. Those 3 strikes are too terrifying. Even if the Black Veil Saint pushed his heaven's will energy to the limit, he could not block Di Tian's attack. Di Tian's strength was boundlessly domineering, and he had crushed all resistance. He had never seen such a powerful person. Go! After a short exchange, the Black Veil Saint understood that he was not Di Tian's match. F***ck. He ran away just like that. Lin Fei was slightly startled. You're a super expert, alright? This doesn't fit with the development of the plot. Master, you still don't know? Now that you control half of the divine world, you also control a huge amount of heaven's will energy. Who can block the attack of Master's purple moon sacred saber? That's really the case. Lin Fei came back to his senses. Whoosh! A saber radiance swept towards the Black Veil Saint like a silver river. Here it comes again. The Black Veil Saint turned around and activated his heaven's will weapon. When it collided with the saber radiance, a small part of it was shattered, and the remaining part remained unmoved. In such a short period of time, the saber radiance swept up and landed on his body. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The Black Veil Saint immediately felt that something was wrong. The heaven's will energy in his body was shattered, and he could not condense it for a short period of time. The heaven's will energy in his body was extremely domineering, and it forcefully shattered every part of his body. In terms of heaven's will energy, Lin Fei's saber radiance was extremely terrifying. It was not something that the Black Veil Saint could break. It would be fine if he was at his peak, but not now. Whoosh! Another saber radiance swept over and landed on the Black Veil Saint's body. The saber radiance wrapped around the Black Veil Saint's body tightly. Even if the Black Veil Saint kept attacking, his strength could not keep up, and he could not break the saber radiance. How is it? Not bad, right? Lin Fei said to Elder Fu, who had caught up to him. This is still not enough? You still want to do that? Elder Fu smiled bitterly in his heart. You're already so powerful, and you're lucky that I didn't have any ideas about you. Chapter 2091. Number 1. Lin Fei quite liked it. As he occupied more and more territories, the energy towers started to appear all over the place. He accumulated more and more destiny points. With the addition of the Purple Moon's Sacred Blade's power, it was no exaggeration to say that he was the number 1. You're flattering me. There was no one who didn't want to hear good things. Lin Fei liked to hear good things too. The strength of this super dangerous expert disappointed Lin Fei. He wasn't as scary as he had imagined. Why did the system warn him that he was in danger? Elder Fu, I didn't expect you to find such a powerful helper. I have underestimated you. Black Gauze, who was entangled by the saber ray, stopped struggling. However, since you've made your move, I'll kill you here today even if I have to sacrifice everything. Elder Fu's expression changed. You're crazy. Boom. Boom. At this moment, the Black Gauze Saint's body erupted with a tyrannical aura. Bang. 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 The blade radiance on the Black Gauze Saint's body shattered. The Black Gauze Saint's aura continued to rise and soon reached a shocking limit. Master, be careful. This guy's strength has exceeded the limit of this starry sky. Little Devil quickly warned. At this time, the Black Veil Saint's body emitted a sharp aura. His thick heavens will energy created endless gales that whistled in all directions. The entire starry sky was blown into a broken sack, riddled with holes. Ah, power that I haven't seen in a long time. The Black Gauze Saint revealed an expression of enjoyment. He squinted his eyes. When he opened them again, a cold glint flickered in his eyes. Although I only have 50 breaths of time, it's enough to kill all of you on the spot. Lin Fei knew that the situation was bad. Old man, what did he do? Why did his strength increase so quickly? Elder Fu had a strange expression, but he didn't think too much about it. He explained, they are from the 33 sacred heavens. This is a sealed world. Their strength is suppressed to the God Emperor realm. We are from the outside world, so our strength will be sealed. The Black Gauze Saint has unsealed his strength and reached the God Emperor realm. However, he can only last for 50 breaths of time. After 50 breaths of time, the heavenly Tao will kill him on the spot. God Emperor realm? Lin Fei finally understood. Die you too. After removing the seal on his power, although he was only at the Emperor God realm, it was enough to kill the 2 people in front of him. The Black Gauze Saint was very satisfied with the Purple Moon's sacred saber in the black-robed man's hand. It could increase his power by 100 times. The Black Veil Saint made a grabbing motion with one hand, and a powerful surge of heavens will energy shot out towards the 2 of them. The moment this power appeared, the 2 of them immediately felt a terrifying aura suppressing them. The surrounding space distorted. Is this the power of an Emperor God? Compared to Elder Fu's change in expression, Lin Fei wasn't that afraid. Instead, his fighting spirit surged. It's nothing much. At this moment, Lin Fei's momentum was already established. He had accumulated a massive amount of heaven's will energy, so he wasn't afraid of the Black Veil's attack. Good timing. Lin Fei bellowed and waved the Purple Moon's sacred saber. The saber light slashed over and struck the 5 tyrannical heavens' mandate powers. This slash only caused the other party to tremble slightly. It's useless, all of you will die today. The Black Gauze Saint held his hands and stood up. 2 of his fingers formed a sword as he stabbed at Lin Fei's forehead. I will kill you first. You make me feel very uncomfortable. Explode my heaven's will points. The sword attack made Lin Fei's forehead twitch. His hair stood on end. At this moment, the Black Gauze Saint was like a monarch. A casual finger was filled with boundless terror, enough to kill anyone on the spot. Invincible defense was instantly activated. The Purple Moon's sacred saber, under the injection of a massive amount of heaven's will points, slashed at the other party's sword light. Even Elder Fu couldn't break through the sword light, but it was like a piece of tofu in front of the Purple Moon's sacred saber. Eat my saber too. Lin Fei waved his hand and slashed at the black gauze saint. The black gauze saint frowned. He blocked it and even broke it. Could he be a god emperor? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Somewhat famous, but that's it. Swish, swish. The black gauze saint stabbed out over 10 times in one breath, and each sword had the power of a peak god emperor. It could be said that each sword could kill a heaven's will expert. The power of the 10 swords was unimaginable. If it wasn't to kill Elder Fu and this black-robed guy, the black gauze saint wouldn't have undone the seal. As long as the 2 of them were killed, the mission would be completed. At this moment, Lin Fei used his full strength. This was the first time he used his full strength. A massive amount of heaven's will points were instantly consumed. The power of the long and narrow saber light was amplified by 100 times. Lin Fei turned into a terrifying great demon king. The saber light and sword light clashed. Bang! Bang! In this clash, the saber light shattered the sword light, and the saber aura didn't stop as it landed on the black gauze saint again. Bang! Bang! The heaven's will aura surrounding the black gauze saint was shattered. Lend me your second saber. Lin Fei's second saber was more ferocious than the previous one, and the saber light was imprinted in the black gauze saint's eyes. How can he be so strong? The other party shattered his god emperor attack with a single saber. It looked like they were evenly matched, but the black gauze saint had actually lost. 3-part heaven shocking sword art. 50 breaths of time passed faster and faster. After the black gauze saint's attack was broken, he felt that something was wrong. Since he could block a god emperor's sword light attack, was he also a god emperor? However, he didn't have the aura of a god emperor. This was what made the black gauze saint feel the most uncomfortable. The black gauze saint's attacks became more and more ferocious as he used his sword art. He enveloped the other party in a dense layer of sword shadows. At this moment, Lin Fei wielded the purple moon's sacred saber. The saber light was extremely sharp and domineering. It forcefully shattered the surrounding sword light and sword intent and went straight for the black gauze saint. Elder Fu, who was far away, was completely shocked, and his expression became more and more solemn. I really can't imagine that Dao Friend Di Tian is actually so strong. His attack power is clearly within the God Emperor realm, but why isn't he a God Emperor? This is unbelievable. Elder Fu was sure that he didn't see wrongly. Dao Friend Di Tian's battle power has actually reached the God Emperor realm. What a monster. I finally understand why Di Tian isn't interested in becoming a God Emperor. He already has the battle power of a God Emperor. What's so special about a mere God Emperor position? Elder Fu was originally prepared to open the seal. At most, he would just fight it out. After all, it was impossible to escape from a God Emperor. However, he didn't expect Di Tian to display such terrifying strength at this critical moment. Bang! 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 One saber strike after another, Lin Fei was like an undefeatable god of war as he disintegrated the Black Gauze Saint's attack. The Black Gauze Saint was completely flustered. Impossible! How can someone like you appear in the sealed world? I have the strength of a god emperor, but I can't kill you. Rumble! Suddenly, in the starry sky above, a terrifying aura surged out, sweeping away the clouds. Chapter 2092. This Black Gauze Saint was indeed very powerful. Lin Fei didn't deny this, but it was a pity that he had met his powerful system. It was useless even if he had the strength of a god emperor. Heavenly punishment! Old Fu exclaimed. Thunder boomed. Even Lin Fei, who was far away, could sense how terrifying the heavenly laws were. Rumble! The lightning landed on the Black Gauze Saint's body, and he was blasted into pieces. He didn't even have time to struggle. What a terrifying heavenly punishment! Lin Fei was shocked. This was the first time he had seen such a terrifying heavenly punishment. Master, I just analyzed this heavenly punishment. If Master encounters it, you can block it 10 times. 10 times? That was already very impressive. Lin Fei was very satisfied. After the fatal strike, the dark clouds didn't dissipate. Are they looking for trouble with me? Lin Fei stared at the dark clouds in the sky. Master, don't worry. The heavenly Tao isn't that powerful. If Master hasn't reached the God Emperor realm, the heavenly Tao won't be able to detect you. Little Devil said in disdain. Lightning flashed in the dark clouds, as if they were looking for something. It was a pity that they couldn't find any traces. A moment later, the dark clouds dissipated and the lightning disappeared. He really left. Old Fu was in awe of Lin Fan. Previously, even he felt afraid of the dark aura. He suppressed the sealing power in his body, as he was afraid that it would be released and attract the heavenly punishment. At this moment, Old Fu looked at Lin Fei with respect. It was the first time in the sealed world that someone could avoid the heavenly punishment. If this news got out, the entire 33 sacred heavens would be shaken. The heavenly Tao isn't as powerful as I thought, Lin Fei said casually. Old Fu smiled bitterly. I know better than you whether the heavenly Tao is powerful or not. If I didn't care about the heavenly punishment, I wouldn't have to hide. There's another person. We can't let him go. Lin Fei turned around and looked at Bai Yusha. Big brother. Bai Yusha was covered in blood. He let out an angry roar and smiled bitterly as he looked at his elder brother, who had been killed by the heavenly punishment. Bai Wuxia couldn't imagine that her big brother couldn't kill that person even after releasing a portion of his power and obtaining the power of a god emperor. In the end, even Tian Fa distanced herself, breaking the rules. Go! Bai Wuxia kept attacking one of the clones. After his big brother died, his rationality told him that if he didn't leave now, he wouldn't have a chance to take revenge. Kill! How could Lin Fei let such a terrifying enemy go? The God Emperor's battle prowess was unleashed. The saber light was like a long river that struck Bai Wuxia's body. You can't escape. Bai Wuxia's blade was sent flying. Cough cough cough, fighting power of an emperor god. Bai Wuxia vomited blood. Half of his body was crushed, and the dense heaven's mandate energy was wreaking havoc in his body. His fighting strength was instantly reduced by 10 to 20%. It's too terrifying. Why didn't a god emperor's battle power cause a heavenly punishment to appear? Why? Bai Wuxia was at a loss. Bai Wuxia couldn't imagine that Lin Fei's god emperor battle power was obtained through heaven's mandate points and not through normal cultivation. This was a huge loophole, a loophole that deceived the heavenly law. Right now, only Lin Fei understood. Dao friend Di Tian, this person is heavily injured. Why don't you let me deal with him? Elder Fu suddenly begged. Lin Fei could naturally see the killing intent in Elder Fu's eyes. He nodded. I've wanted to see Senior's glory for a long time. My wish has finally come true. Elder Fu felt very comfortable. Bai Wuxia, you destroyed my entire clan back then. Today, I'll kill you here. Elder Fu's aura rose to the peak, and his killing intent was cold as he charged at Bai Wuxia. For some reason, Bai Wuxia heaved a sigh of relief. As long as that person doesn't attack, I have nothing to fear. He was well aware of the current situation. He couldn't deal with the black-robed man, but he could still kill Elder Fu. The two of them quickly clashed and created a huge wave. However, Lin Fei didn't move. That Bai Wuxia will definitely die if he doesn't remove the seal. In fact, Elder Fu had a great advantage at this moment. He had thousands of clones surrounding Bai Wuxia and continuously unleashed his ultimate attacks. Bai Wuxia was at a disadvantage. Bai Wuxia was also unlucky. He fought with Lin Fei's clones at the beginning and exhausted quite a bit of his mandate energy. After that, he was attacked by Lin Fei again and exhausted quite a bit of his mandate energy. There wasn't much mandate energy left in his body. In just a few dozen moves, Bai Wuxia couldn't hold on anymore and was about to die. Seal open! Bai Wuxia still chose to open the seal. The moment the new energy entered, Elder Fu seemed to have a telepathic connection and unleashed an ultimate attack. The moment the new and old energy couldn't be replenished, Elder Fu's ultimate attack arrived. Bai Wuxia's body was slashed into two, and a flaw appeared in the seal. Die! No one knew better than Elder Fu that this was the best time to kill Bai Wuxia. A sharp sword aura swept out and shredded Bai Wuxia's body into pieces. A silver-white pearl floated in the sky and was grabbed by Elder Fu. So many years have passed, and you're still stupid enough to try to remove the seal. Do you really think I'm not prepared? Elder Fu sneered and let out a long roar. This battle had come without any warning. The entire divine world was shocked. Even though there was a barrier in the middle, and they couldn't get any specific information, they could still feel the terrifying heavenly punishment. No one knew who those people were. No one knew why they attracted the attack of the heavenly law. Only then did they know that they weren't the strongest in the divine world. There were still existences that were stronger than them, and those existences could easily kill them. Inside the invincible palace, Elder Fu placed the white pearl on the table. I don't deserve this sealing pearl. Elder Fu knew very well that if Di Tian hadn't injured Bai Wuxia, he wouldn't have been able to kill Bai Wuxia. Bai Wuxia's strength was publicly acknowledged. If it wasn't for the fact that Bai Wuxia had exhausted a lot of his heavenly mandate energy and couldn't remove the seal, he definitely wouldn't have been able to kill Bai Wuxia. Even though the sealing pearl was very precious, Elder Fu decided to take it out. Master, this is a good item. Actually, Lin Fei knew that this was a good item. The pearl contained extremely dense heavenly mandate energy. Previously, when Bai Wuxia reached the God Darch realm, he only used a portion of the heavenly mandate energy. If he used all of it, Lin Fei would have to use a lot of heavenly mandate points. It wouldn't be as easy as before. Lin Fei wouldn't stand on ceremony with such a good item. Elder Fu, you're too courteous. As he spoke, the sealing pearl was in Lin Fei's hand. Does everyone in the 33 sacred heavens have this pearl? You don't know? Elder Fu frowned. Chapter 2093. Lin Fei didn't mind saying it out loud. Did it matter whether he was from the world of the 33 sacred heavens? It didn't matter. Moreover, Lin Fei was afraid of Old Fu now. He knew that Old Fu was restricted by this galaxy and couldn't release his sealed power. Old Fu's fighting strength was destined to be weaker than his. Over the past 100 years, Lin Fei had secretly absorbed destiny points. He had accumulated a large amount of destiny points. The stronger he was, the more destiny points he would receive. The weaker he was, the more he would receive. Lin Fei was in control of the size. After this battle with the Black Gauze Saint, Lin Fei knew the exact level of a God Emperor's fighting strength. He didn't need to worry about not being able to use it. He thought that a God Emperor's fighting strength would be at an extremely high level, but it seemed like it was just so. Since he had the fighting strength of a God Emperor, there was nothing for Lin Fei to worry about. You aren't from the world of the 33 sacred heavens? Old Fu was shocked and in disbelief. Why would I lie to you? Old Fu thought about it and realized that Di Tian was right. Did it matter whether he was from the world of the 33 sacred heavens? He didn't care at all. Previously, Old Fu felt that Di Tian's fighting strength was limitless and that he could be called the number one. He didn't really feel that way and was just being polite. However, after suppressing the God Emperor Black Gauze Saint, Old Fu understood that Di Tian was indeed the number one person in this world. Everyone in the world of the 33 sacred heavens has one. Old Fu didn't ask where Di Tian came from and just gave a simple explanation. Lin Fei listened quietly. This was really surprising. So the seal bead is also known as the power bead. It can store the absorbed destiny energy and replenish it at crucial moments. At the same time, it is also a cultivation method to raise one's fighting strength. Interesting. Lin Fei understood. After reaching the God Emperor realm, one could cultivate the power bead. It could be used to store destiny energy. The stronger one was, the more power beads they would have in their body, which could increase their fighting strength. People like the Black Gauze Saint only had one power bead in their body. He only had one power pearl in his body, but in this part of the starry heavens, he was the undisputed number one in a prolonged battle. No one could match him. However, it was a pity that he had encountered Lin Fei, who also possessed an invincible system that was even more terrifying than the Orb of Power. This is really interesting. Lin Fei had thought that the energy block was magical and unique, but it seemed that everyone's intelligence was not simple. They could even research the power bead, an alternative way to increase their strength. Old Fu smiled bitterly to himself. The DD Heaven knew very little about the world of the 33 sacred heavens. However, there was a look of disdain on his face. In the eyes of ordinary people, this person was sick. Elder Fu didn't think so. Di Tian had a trump card that he couldn't imagine. For example, the heavenly punishment that could deceive the heavenly Tao was the best proof. Elder Fu, you've killed Bai Wuxia. What do you plan to do next? Lin Fei didn't want to ask about Elder Fu's background as it was meaningless. This isn't the time for me to think about anything. The question is what fellow Taoist Di Tian wants to do. Elder Fu said in a low voice. Furthermore, I might not have the heart to do anything in front of fellow Taoist Di Tian. Lin Fei thought to himself. Is he expressing his stance to me? The battle in the day. It would be abnormal if Elder Fu didn't do anything after Lin Fei revealed his terrifying strength. Handing over the sealing orb was the first step. Elder Fu's words sounded more like he was expressing his stance. Lin Fei wasn't stupid, and he quickly understood what Elder Fu meant. Was Di Tian going to rely on him? Or did Di Tian need his help? He felt that the latter was more likely. After the battle, Elder Fu thought about many things. Originally, if no one else appeared, he might have a higher chance of fighting for the mandate of heaven. However, after seeing Di Tian's battle strength, Elder Fu didn't think so anymore. Di Tian was a powerful enemy that he couldn't surpass. Even if he unsealed a portion of his strength, he still wouldn't be Di Tian's match. Since that was the case, why not make a choice? In Elder Fu's position, he wasn't limited to just one place. Elder Fu, I really don't understand what you mean. Lin Fei decided to try Elder Fu again. Elder Fu squinted his eyes. I'm willing to give up on fighting for the mandate of heaven and become a God Emperor. I only hope that you can promise me one thing after you become a God Emperor. I'll sell this body of mine to you. At this moment, Elder Fu's expression became extremely solemn. Lin Fei wasn't interested in becoming a God Emperor. A God Emperor could use their battle strength limitlessly, but it had nothing to do with him. With the help of the system, he had already disregarded those realms. A God Emperor wants me to help? Do you really think I'm a fool? Lin Fei was speechless. Someone who could make Elder Fu escape to the sealed world must have an extraordinary background. Lin Fei wasn't interested in helping Elder Fu. I'm actually not interested in a God Emperor. Lin Fei shook his head. I think it's better for you to be the God Emperor. He didn't want the God Emperor position? That was the glory of an era. Even if this starry sky was sealed. Elder Fu had never thought that someone could disregard the position of a supreme being. Many people were envious of that. Even the 33 sacred heavens had always interfered behind the scenes to support someone to ascend to the position of God Emperor. It was all because of the generous rewards that came with being a God Emperor. How can I do that? Elder Fu said hurriedly. In his heart, he was thinking, whoever becomes a God Emperor will still be bullied by you. What's the point of being a God Emperor then? In the previous few eras, although God Emperors were supported, they were almost invincible in this starry sky. There was nothing to worry about. Even the people behind the scenes wouldn't make a big move against them. The losses would be too great. But now, with Di Tian around, the position of God Emperor wasn't something that anyone could sit firmly on. Only a fool would become a god emperor. It was definitely the most aggrieved god emperor in history. If the 10 major god dynasties and other god dynasties knew that the two of them were pushing the position of god emperor around, they would probably faint from crying. If you don't want the position of god emperor, take pity on us. Why can't I? Lin Fei laughed. I don't think it's interesting to be a god emperor. I'm quite interested in the god emperor mountain. I wonder if Elder Fu can tell me more about the God Emperor Mountain so that I can broaden my horizons. Seeing that Di Tian didn't want to talk about the God Emperor, Elder Fu was helpless. He finally met someone who wasn't easy to deal with. Moreover, Di Tian was stronger than him in all aspects. Chapter 2094. Elder Fu stayed in the Invincible Palace for 3 days. No one knew what the two of them talked about during that time. Afterward, Elder Fu stayed in the Invincible Palace for a long time. The All-Heaven God Dynasty, which was originally in his control, also announced that it would join the mysterious Sky World. Many people in the Divine World were speechless when the news came out. Everyone knew that the All-Heaven Godly Dynasty was relatively strong. Many people had thought of taking over the All-Heaven Godly Dynasty, but unfortunately, no one had succeeded. Who would have thought that the All-Heaven God Dynasty would choose to join the mysterious Sky World at this time? While everyone was still guessing, another powerful God Dynasty joined the mysterious Sky World. The 5 subworlds took the opportunity to take over a few more dynasties, bringing them into their fold. Soon, nearly 70% of the God World's territory was occupied by the other dynasties. While everyone was thinking about what to do next, Lin Fei, who gave the order, was bringing Elder Fu to the Forbidden World. Lin Fei was very helpless that Elder Fu wanted to stay by his side. Ever since this fellow decided to give up his position as the God Emperor, he didn't plan to leave. He insisted that Lin Fei agree to help him in the future. He was betting everything on it. Lin Fei naturally wouldn't agree. It wasn't worth it to do such a risky thing. However, Elder Fu stayed by his side all day and wouldn't leave unless Lin Fei agreed. From time to time, Lin Fei was speechless. You're a super expert. Do you have to do this? Lin Fei couldn't withstand Elder Fu's torture. In the end, he had no choice but to agree. No matter what, he was still a super expert. I said that a noble person would come today. I didn't expect it to be Taoist Di Tian. When Lin Fei and Elder Fu arrived at the entrance of the Supreme Demon Emperor's Forbidden World, the Supreme Demon Emperor was already waiting for them with a smile. Taoist Di Tian, you're too polite. The Supreme Demon Emperor had guessed who it was after the treasures from the passageway were stolen. He didn't expect Di Tian to be so daring. He really dared to make a move on those things. Ever since then, the Supreme Demon Emperor knew that Di Tian was an extremely dangerous person. Especially after what happened a few days ago, the Supreme Demon Emperor was even more afraid. The Supreme Demon Emperor was even more afraid. That was heavenly punishment. The Supreme Demon Emperor was 70% confident. This matter should be related to Di Tian. Dao friend Di Tian is currently the pinnacle existence in this starry sky. If he isn't a benefactor, then what is he? The Supreme Devil Emperor's words were very pleasing to the ears. The Supreme Devil Emperor was very clear that it would attract the heavenly punishment. That was when one's power surpassed the scope that the Heaven's Way recognized. That was the Emperor God realm. To be able to survive the heavenly punishment, the Supreme Devil Emperor was overwhelmed with shock. When the old man saw Di Tian again, his heart trembled once again. Where did this guy find such a person? He's definitely not from this starry sky. With a stomach full of doubts, the Supreme Demon Emperor invited the two of them in. The Supreme Demon Emperor had lowered his status. If I'm not wrong, the commotion a few days ago must have been caused by you, right? The Supreme Demon Ruler said to Lin Fei after sitting down. Senior is senior. You don't need me to say it. You're amazing. Lin Fei readily admitted. The Supreme Demon Sovereign took a deep breath, and all his doubts were cleared. He cupped his hands towards Lin Fei and said, "Congratulations on becoming the strongest person in this starry sky." "Are you so sure?" Lin Fei smiled and thought to himself, "These old giants are really not simple." At that time, I asked Little Fiend to conceal his aura. Although the heavenly punishment appeared and destroyed the effect of the concealment, he was still able to find some clues. "It's quite impressive." The Supreme Demon Sovereign smiled and said, "This old man is still capable of this. Moreover, I believe in my own eyes." When he first met Di Tian, he thought that Di Tian was only slightly more influential and had great potential. The Supreme Demon Emperor didn't expect this. In such a short time, Di Tian had reached this step, and even the heavenly punishment couldn't do anything to him. Lin Fei liked straightforward people. "As expected of Senior, your eyes are penetrating," Lin Fei said. "Then I'll be straightforward. My purpose for coming here is very simple. I hope that Senior can come out of seclusion and help me. I will help you remove the seal in your body and let you regain your freedom. You will no longer be confined to the forbidden area." A strange look flashed across the Supreme Demon Emperor's eyes. He hesitated for a moment before he sighed softly. "I knew you would come, but I didn't expect you to bring good news. However, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. You're useless." The Supreme Demon Sovereign was very clear about the seal in his body. Generation after generation, the power of the seal was terrifying. Although it wasn't dangerous, it restricted him greatly. The Supreme Demon Sovereign didn't believe that Di Tian had the confidence to break the seal. Senior was a top-notch expert in the immortal world back then. "Have you been defeated after so many years? You don't even have the confidence to try?" Lin Fei said unhurriedly. The Supreme Demon Sovereign knew this seal better than anyone else. It was planted by experts from the 33 Sage Heavens. Although they didn't have any ill intentions, the Supreme Demon Sovereign was very displeased. "Let's give it a try." The Supreme Demon Sovereign hesitated. Since Di Tian was here today, the Supreme Demon Sovereign knew that Di Tian should know a lot of secret. "I've given you a chance. Whether you're willing or not is up to you." Lin Fei smiled. "You should know that there won't be another chance like this." In the end, the Supreme Demon Sovereign agreed. Lin Fei didn't use his divine sense to check directly. Instead, he let Little Devil scan and analyze it. No matter what kind of seal it was, Lin Fei wasn't worried. From Elder Fu, he knew that the person who planted the seal wasn't the strongest. This was easy to deal with. After analyzing and scanning, Lin Fei let the system analyze and crack the seal. It was just a waste of destiny points, so that was easy. In less than half a day, he had a solution. Even someone as calm and collected as the Supreme Demon Emperor was taken aback when he found out about the solution. If he were to follow the steps, he would definitely be able to unlock the power of the seal. "Dao friend Di Tian, I'm convinced." For an expert like him, he could tell whether the solution was real or fake just by looking at it once. The Supreme Demon Sovereign never thought that Di Tian's ability to break the seal would be so strong. It completely exceeded his imagination and gave the Supreme Demon Sovereign hope of freedom. The reason why the generations of people lived was to break the seal on their memories. Now, the Supreme Demon Sovereign was completely convinced. No wonder Di Tian had the confidence to help him break the seal. "All right, I'll help you break the seal now." Lin Fei had a smile on his face. It wasn't difficult to break the seal. Chapter 2095. The Supreme Demon Monarch was excited for a long time after the seal was completely removed. It was too fast. In less than a day, the seal that had troubled him for generations was removed so easily. "Fellow cultivator, thank you for your help. Without you, I don't know how long I would have to worry about it." The Supreme Demon Monarch was relieved after the seal was removed. Who would have thought that there would be someone in this starry sky who would help to undo the seal? The Supreme Demon Monarch soon returned to normal. He also calmed down and started to tell Chen Fan his secret. This was an eye-opener for Lin Fei. It turned out that the Supreme Demon Monarch used to be a celestial monarch. He became the ruler of this space and ruled an era. The higher the level, the bigger the picture. The Supreme Demon Monarch was dissatisfied with the people he supported, so he planned to leave. However, he was suppressed before he could do so. Initially, he thought that the heavenly mandate weapon would be enough to stop them. But alas, the Supreme Devil Emperor was suppressed by a powerful force. Even though he managed to kill some of his opponents, he was still sealed by a restriction. After ruling for an era, he was chased out and established as a forbidden zone. Then, one era after another, all the way until now. They didn't want to kill the Supreme Demon Monarch, which was why the Supreme Demon Monarch was still alive until now. Lin Fei exclaimed. Once a person's status rose, they would naturally be ambitious. The Supreme Demon Monarch was unlucky. He encountered a powerful world and was sealed in the end. It was already good enough that he was still alive. You can rest assured now. Follow me and I believe all the suffering will be far away from you. Lin Fei smiled. The Supreme Demon Monarch didn't doubt Lin Fei's words at all since he was able to remove the seal and resist the heavenly punishment. Alright, the first thing you need to do now is to invite Imperial Emperor Tatian and the others here. I believe they won't reject this. Congratulations, fellow Daoists. You've subdued them without any effort. Even though Old Fu was shocked, he wasn't surprised at all. Old Fu was more confident now that he could easily unleash the power of a celestial monarch and remove the seal. Maybe he could really count on Di Tian to take revenge for him. This is all because of you. Now that the two of them have been killed, I believe that the world of the 33 holy heavens will make a move soon. I have to act in advance. Moreover, I also want to see everything on God Emperor Mountain. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Once we get the main leaders of the Forbidden Land under our control, we will have no more enemies in this galaxy. Elder Fu was very clear that their greatest enemy now was the world of the 33 sacred heavens. The Supreme Devil Emperor had personally invited them without hiding anything. This time, the other big shots were shocked. Their old friend's seal was broken just like that? What a joke. Whether he was joking or not, they did not doubt the words of the Supreme Devil Emperor at all. As a giant, there was no need for the Supreme Devil Emperor to lie to them. Hence, the few powerhouses followed the Supreme Devil Emperor to the Forbidden Land with doubts and anxiety in their hearts. When they saw the leisurely Di Tian, they were all slightly shocked. When they arrived, they didn't know who helped the Supreme Devil Emperor break the seal. The heavyweights weren't fools. Once the Supreme Devil Emperor revealed some information, they immediately understood. The commotion that occurred a few days ago was caused by Di Tian. That was simply too terrifying. Who's first? Lin Fei released a bit of his terrifying energy. The powerful figures immediately realized that Lin Fei was already powerful enough to look down on them. Just the aura it released was enough to make one's heart tremble with danger. It was far more terrifying than what they had released. I'll go first. Imperial Emperor Tatian was the first to arrive. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. You won't be disappointed. Lin Fei easily broke the seal for the powerful figures. The powerful figures were convinced. Compared to freedom, paying such a price was nothing. They knew that even if they worked together, they would still be unable to resist Di Tian. To be able to survive the heavenly punishment. How terrifying was that? Besides, the energy Lin Fei released had surpassed the heavenly fate level and entered the divine arch level. It could be said that he had the power of a divine arch. Nobody knew better than them how terrifying a divine Thearcha's power was. It was absolutely unimaginable to release the power of a divine arch without incurring the heavenly punishment of the laws of heaven. He had subdued the powerful figures. The rest of Lin Fei's task was simple. He asked the 4 powerful figures to clear out the rest of the Forbidden Lands. The Forbidden Lands occupied a lot of power in the divine realm. Unfortunately, they didn't produce heavenly fate energy. Lin Fei didn't really care. As long as he cleared out the Forbidden Lands and gathered all the power in his hands, the remaining divine dynasties in the divine realm wouldn't be a threat. Lin Fei only needed to worry about the world of the 33 sacred heavens. The Supreme Devil Emperor and the others were very fast. In less than 3 days, they had gathered all the power in the Forbidden Lands. Lin Fei's power had increased greatly, such as invincible divine emperors and heavenly fate overlords. Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief after resolving one of his worries. Now we can do the second thing. The commotion inside the Forbidden Lands wasn't big. It was a small matter for the 4 powerful figures to gather the power in the Forbidden Lands. By the time everyone realized it, the power had already been gathered. The first to react were the 10 divine dynasties. The 10 divine dynasties had tried to obtain the heavenly fate weapons and other important armed forces with the support of a mysterious force. Unfortunately, they were seized, causing their power to be greatly reduced. Another divine dynasty took advantage of the situation and rose, causing them to suffer a great loss. After the power in the Forbidden Lands was gathered, they couldn't remain indifferent. Before they could do anything, the dynasty lords of the 5 great subworlds launched a fierce offensive. At the same time, they also attacked the power of the Forbidden Land. For a moment, the 5 great subworlds were extremely powerful. In less than 10 days, the divine dynasties were removed from the heavenly fate list one after another. Whether they were in the top 20 or the top 30, when they encountered the people of the 5 great subworlds, they were immediately defeated. Even if the dynasty lords came out with heavenly fate weapons, they were instantly besieged by several experts with heavenly fate weapons and killed on the spot. Half a month later, 80% of the divine realm had fallen into Lin Fei's hands. Now, only a dozen or so divine dynasties were left. Apart from the 5 great subworlds, the rest were the 10 great divine dynasties. There were only 10 divine dynasties left in the entire divine realm. At this moment, the 10 divine dynasties were under great pressure. They couldn't imagine who had gathered the power of the Forbidden Lands and the 5 great subworlds. Chapter 2096. This offensive was so fierce that all the forces were shocked. Could it be that the 10 divine dynasties, which were favored by everyone, were really doomed this time? The offensive grew fiercer and fiercer day by day. The 10 divine dynasties were losing ground, and their territories were shrinking. This was not the end. This was the beginning of a new beginning. The 10 divine dynasties quickly joined forces, mobilized their forces, and began to resist the attack of the 5 subworlds. The situation was much more serious than they had imagined. The 5 subworlds, including some auxiliary forces, were stronger than them. They crushed their way over. Even the 10 dynasty lords couldn't resist their sharpness. 10 days ago, the 10th-ranked divine dynasty had been destroyed, and the people of the 5 subworlds had come to wipe out the remaining forces. At this moment, they finally understood that the combined strength of the 5 great subworlds had completely surpassed them. Even if they joined forces now, it would be of no use. We're finished. The 10 dynasty lords gathered together. Bad news came one after another. The enemy was constantly breaking through their territory. The 5 dynasty lords, who had been indifferent before, were now attacking with endless troops. The Violet Flame dynasty lord slumped weakly to the side. His Violet Flame divine dynasty was located on the outskirt. Now, more than half of it had been annexed, and the forces under his command were all crippled. Perhaps because the Violet Flame dynasty lord had opened an opening, the other dynasty lords didn't look too happy. Some even sighed. How could they have imagined that they would be defeated so quickly? We haven't lost yet, Dynasty Lord Meng said in a deep voice. We still have helpers. As long as they are willing to help us, even if Mu Rendi and the others come, we can still hold on. Among those present, the one who was the most unwilling was Dynasty Lord Meng Yi. He was the one with the greatest hope of becoming the God Emperor. Who would have thought that the people of the 5 subworlds would come so aggressively and wipe out their forces? They had been forced to this point. Yes, we still have hope. A gleam of joy flashed in the eyes of Dynasty Lord Jinhai. Contact them immediately. Even though they had resisted the mysterious force before, they were now at their gates. Even if they joined forces, the strength of their subordinates was constantly being attacked. The losses were severe, and they were far from being able to hold on until the day of victory. Everyone was silent for a moment. They had no other choice. They didn't want to contact the mysterious force. Who knew what their purpose was? There was no such thing as a free lunch. Boom. Not waiting for their collective response. The ferocious power landed on their palaces, and a world-destroying power swept out, tearing the palaces apart on the spot. The 10 imperial court lords were all sent flying. Even if they activated their Heaven's Will barrier, it would still be difficult for them to block the power. They lost. In the void outside the palace, Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back. For Lin Fei, ever since they controlled 50% of the Divine World's territory, they were no longer afraid of threat. More than half of the Divine World's mandate was in their hands, and the rest was divided among them. The portion that fell into their hands was negligible. Old Fu said from the side, "As long as fellow Taoist takes care of them, the mandate of heaven will belong to fellow Taoist alone. Fellow Taoist can instantly break through to the God Emperor realm and become the God Emperor of this era." God Emperor? Lin Fei had never seen a God Emperor so close to him. Now, the God world was about to fall into his hand. Lin Fei's excitement towards becoming a God Emperor wasn't that intense. A mere God Emperor. He didn't really care. Lin Fei stared at the battlefield. They're out. The palace had been destroyed and the 10 imperial lords had been pushed out. All of them seemed to be in a mess. Mu Rendi and the other 4 imperial lords were wearing the Heavenly Mandate armor and holding the Heavenly Mandate weapons. They looked at the 10 imperial lords not far away. "Imperial Lord Meng Yi, I bet you never thought this day would come." Mu Rendi stared at the Imperial Lord Meng Yi and burst into laughter. "You won't be able to escape this time." The Imperial Lord Meng Yi looked bitter and there was more anger in his eyes. "Mu Rendi, are you so confident that you can defeat me? You're far from enough. What if you include us?" The Supreme Demon Emperor and the other 3 overlords of the Forbidden Lands quietly walked out of the sky. They each took a position and surrounded the Imperial Lord Meng Yi. Apart from the 4 overlords of the Forbidden Lands, there were also the lords of the Forbidden Lands behind them. "Supreme Demon Emperor Yu Tu," the Imperial Lord of the Wushuang dynasty said bitterly. "Who would have thought that the 4 overlords of the Forbidden Lands would come to help? Accept your fate," Imperial Lord Tatian said. "Surrender and you'll have a chance to live. Otherwise, you'll die." The 4 overlords of the Forbidden Lands gave them a lot of pressure. The Imperial Lords of the 5 subworlds weren't easy to deal with either. They knew each other better than anyone else after so many years of fighting. The most terrifying thing was that they were fully armed. The Imperial Lord Meng Yi knew that he had lost the upper hand. It was really difficult to break through the siege. As for those mysterious people? They didn't know. "Supreme Devil Emperor, I really want to know who the mastermind behind all of this is. I also want to make sure that I accept my defeat wholeheartedly. I want to know who I've lost to." The Imperial Lord of the Purgatory dynasty also said. The 10 overlords of the Forbidden Lands knew they had no chance. If they had the equipment of the mysterious people and armed themselves, they might have had a chance to fight back. But that chance was completely gone. "We just want to know who we've lost to," the Imperial Lord of the Purgatory dynasty also said. At this moment, they all wanted to know who they'd lost to. If it weren't for this group of people, they really wouldn't have lost. In terms of resources and power, they were better than anyone else. At the same time, they were also the best candidates to compete for the Divine Lord position. Everything was over now. Now, they only wanted to be convinced of their defeat. Fellow Taoist, it's time for you to appear. Elder Fu smiled. Lin Fei nodded and walked out of the void, facing the crowd. I'm here now. Are you satisfied? I knew that this matter was related to you. The Imperial Lord of the Dream Dynasty gritted his teeth. In this starry sky, the thing that we can't see through the most is your profound sky world. The so-called counterkill organization is also your doing. One had to admit that the Imperial Lord of the Dream Dynasty's reaction was very fast. He deduced the true person behind the most mysterious counterkill organization in the divine world. Lin Fei lightly clapped his hands. You guessed it right. Unfortunately, there's no reward. The other Imperial Lords were a bit slower, but they quickly realized that they had been fighting for so long. They didn't expect to be defeated by a young man. 100 years ago, the Imperial Lord of a subworld already had a heavenly mandate weapon. At that time, Di Tian might have been able to suppress them. I really didn't expect it to be you. We're really old. Young people are really amazing. Chapter 2097. They had to accept it wholeheartedly. In less than 1,000 years, Di Tian had created a terrifying force. He had raised the 5 subrealms, who had been hunted before, and they had become his vanguard. At this moment, everyone understood. Di Tian had hidden his strength too deeply. He had only revealed his true fangs today to teach them a lesson. Even the Dream One Dynasty Lord could not help but sigh. This kid was very powerful. The 4 leaders of the restricted area, thinking about the combat power of counterkill, knew that they no longer had a chance. The situation was hopeless. Di Tian, I have to admit that you are very powerful. If I had chased you all the way back then and killed you on the spot, you would not have achieved what you have today. The Dream One Dynasty Lord stared at Lin Fei. However, it is impossible for me to admit defeat. This Dynasty Lord is the first Dynasty Lord. How can I surrender as you say? Everyone quickly regained their composure. After so many years, their status did not allow them to surrender. Moreover, as long as they left this place, there was still a chance for them to make a comeback. They still remembered the mysterious man. Di Tian, I am the Son of God, and I am protected by the heavenly law. Don't even think about making me admit defeat. The Sky Dragon Dynasty Lord was the same as before, but he was no longer high-spirited. His face had become ferocious. The Sky Dragon Dynasty Lord's strength had increased a lot. Right now, a guy who was inferior to him in the past had reached this stage. To the Sky Dragon Dynasty Lord, it was absolutely unacceptable. Dream One, Wushuang, Zhenhai, let's join forces and kill Di Tian. The Sky Dragon Dynasty Lord looked at them. Without any hesitation, the 4 immediately made a decision. Kill! The Heavenly Dragon Imperial Dynasty Lord roared and charged forward. Rumble! Suddenly, there was a roar in everyone's ears. This sound was like a bolt from the blue. Everyone's mind went blank. They seemed to have lost control of their bodies. This is my heavenly divine voice. Everyone, do not hesitate. The Sky Dragon Dynasty Lord's strength had increased rapidly in recent years. This heavenly divine voice had given them a chance. In their eyes, as long as they killed Di Tian, the remaining people were nothing to fear. As for the Tianxian Divine Dynasty, everyone understood that it was just a joke. In this world, there was no profound Sky God Dynasty at all. It was all fabricated by Di Tian in order to deceive them. In reality, they had indeed been deceived. That was why Di Tian had come this far. If they had known that day, they would have spared no effort to kill Di Tian and prevent today's situation from happening. Heavenly Law Judgment Sword. The Heavenly Dragon Imperial Emperor unleashed his ultimate move. Grabbing at the void, a sword of light fell into his hand. When the sword of light landed in his hand, a terrifying heavenly will emanated from it. Before the heavenly will, everyone was bound. Die! The Heavenly Dragon Imperial Palace Lord slashed out with his sword. He couldn't catch any traces. This was a peerlessly powerful sword. At the same time, this was also a trump card in the hands of the Heavenly Dragon Imperial Court Lord. It was a pity that he had to reveal it prematurely. However, if he could kill Dtion, the Heavenly Dragon Dynasty ruler would definitely laugh for 3 days straight. He was clear that his attack would definitely leave an unforgettable impression on Dtion. Bang! A sword strike that contained the will of the heavenly path struck Lin Fei's body. Lin Fei's body did not move at all. He did not even move. What a divine sword blessed by the will of the heavenly path. It's comparable to the heavenly mandate weapon. It's a pity. Lin Fei shook his head. It's useless against me. Lin Fei flicked his fingers, and 2 of his fingers unhurriedly landed on the sword. Crack! Everyone saw a terrifying scene. That was the light sword that contained the will of the heavenly path. With a flick from Lin Fei, it was broken into countless pieces. The fragments shot out, and some of the god emperors in the surroundings were killed on the spot. Just how terrifying was that? Even they were affected by the will of the heavenly path. Although it wasn't for a long time, the moment they exchanged blows, the outcome would be decided. The light sword in the Heavenly Dragon Imperial Emperor's hand shattered. Lin Fei raised his hand again, forming 2 fingers into a sword and slashed at the Heavenly Dragon Imperial Emperor. You, take a sword of mine. Have a taste. The Heavenly Dragon Imperial Emperor retreated, his heart pounding. That's my body. The Heavenly Dragon Imperial Emperor reacted quickly, but he soon saw an unbelievable scene. His lower body was left in place, and the will of the heavenly path on his body was shattered by the other party's sword. How terrifying was that? How can such combat strength exist? Lin Fei shattered the light sword and slashed the Heavenly Dragon Imperial Emperor's body. It happened in the time it takes for a spark to fly off a flint. The pupils of the Dream One Dynasty Lords, the Unparalleled Dynasty Lords, and the Sea-Suppressing Dynasty Lords shrank. When the Heavenly Dragon Imperial Emperor made his move, they realized that he was far more terrifying than they had imagined. At the very least, the light sword had never appeared from the start. If such a weapon were to appear at a crucial moment, it would be enough to injure them. The Heavenly Dragon Imperial Emperor had concealed himself too deeply. However, the light that belonged to the Heavenly Dragon Imperial Emperor was completely shattered by Lin Fei, easily suppressing the Heavenly Dragon Imperial Emperor. Everyone, go all out. Seeing that the situation wasn't good, the 3 of them threw caution to the wind. If they didn't kill Dtion, they wouldn't be able to live. This was especially so for the Dream One Dynasty Lord. He knew that he would definitely die if he fell into Dtion's hands. The Supreme Devil Emperor, Elder Fu, and the others prepared to attack, but Lin Fei waved his hand, signaling them to stop. Originally, I wouldn't have killed you if you had been obedient. However, you asked for it. Lin Fei grabbed with his 5 fingers, and 5 sharp lights shot out, turning into a huge tornado that swept the 3 of them into it. Their attacks were instantly shattered. How can he be so strong? The Dream One Dynasty Lord lost his balance and fell into the tornado. The Dharch armor on his body was torn into pieces, and his flesh was a mess. He was incomparably shocked. Impossible, we are already at the peak of the heavenly mandate realm. How can his combat strength surpass ours? The Unparalleled Dynasty Lord felt as if he had been hit in the head with a stick, and he was at a loss. The Sea-Suppressing Dynasty Lord wasn't any better. This is impossible. Could it be that he has already become a God Emperor? At this moment, Lin Fei was like an invincible God Emperor. With a casual move, he broke the attacks of the 3 of them, and he even slashed the Sky Dragon Dynasty Lord into 2, severely injuring him. The Dynasty Lords who hadn't made a move yet all gasped. The scene before them was simply too terrifying. That Dtion actually easily suppressed the combined attacks of the 4 of them. This strength, they didn't dare to think about it. A thought kept flashing through their mind. Isn't this the combat strength of a god emperor? Ever since Lin Fei obtained a large number of destiny points, he didn't take the 10 great dynasty lords seriously anymore. At this moment, their attacks would appear as point attacks in front of the system. It was a clear attack, and it was better to use force to break force. Now, the 4 of you can die. I don't have the mood to continue playing with you, shouted Lin Fei. Chapter 2098. As soon as the saber light appeared, it immediately engulfed the 4 of them. Lin Fei's blade was very ordinary, but with the support of the Purple Moon Sacred Blade, its power was amplified by 100 times. In addition to the Heaven's Mandate points, the attack that couldn't be any more ordinary became incomparably tyrannical, truly like a sovereign descending upon the world. God Emperor level fighting power! How can he be so terrifying? Why hasn't Tianming chosen a God Emperor yet? Why can Di Tian unleash the power of a God Emperor? Why is that? Everyone trembled in front of this blade. They felt so vulnerable. Anyone who could condense a heaven's will seed would consider themselves to be very powerful. However, in front of this saber, everything was destroyed without exception. Even if he was a human, no one had expected Di Tian to reach this stage. As soon as the saber appeared, the world was shocked. The saber light shattered the attacks of Dream 1 Dynasty Lord and the other 3. Their eyebrows twitched, and only the horrifying saber light remained in their eyes. Run. It was no longer possible. The terrifying power of the saber radiance was enough to kill them in one move. At this moment, no matter who it was, they all regretted. They had fought with their lives on the line, but who would have thought that they would be so weak in front of that young man? Will of the Heavenly Tao shatter. The Heavenly Dragon Court Master threw caution to the wind. A massive will of the Heavenly Tao descended from the sky, intending to shatter the saber radiance. The might of Lin Fei's saber strike was extremely concentrated. When the will of the Heavenly Tao collided with the saber light, it only shattered a portion of the saber light's periphery. The saber light could not penetrate any further. Again. Boom, boom, boom. Several will of the Heavenly Tao pressed down like sovereigns. The saber gleam was getting closer and closer. Blood immediately flowed out of the 4 people's bodies. This was just the remnant power of the blade light, yet it could easily tear their bodies apart. If it really landed on their bodies, how terrifying would it be? His attack can actually ignore the will of the Heavenly Way. The Heavenly Dragon Imperial Palace Lord had continuously used the will of the Heavenly Path to attack, expending a large amount of Heaven's will energy in order to shatter the saber light attack. However, at this moment, he realized that he was unable to shatter the saber light attack. This gave him a bad feeling. Could it be? Am I really going to die here today? The Heavenly Dragon Imperial Dynasty Overlord was very conceited, and he had even obtained the help of the Heavenly Tao. He had not expected to be defeated by Di Tian, and he himself could not even withstand a single blow from Di Tian. Whoosh! When the saber radiance came, the 4 of them felt as if they had fallen into a hell of death. Nothing could stop the shattering of the saber radiance. Just as they were about to resign themselves to their fate, a huge list appeared in the void and collided with the saber light. Boom, boom, boom. The ferocious and domineering blade aura was forcefully smashed by the huge list, and the blade aura fragments flew everywhere. The people in the distance were so frightened that their scalps went numb, and they hurried to block. I knew you wouldn't be satisfied. Lin Fei slashed with the Purple Moon Sacred Saber once again. He slashed 3 times in a row, ferocious and tyrannical, attacking the huge list. This was none other than the Heavenly Fate rankings. We won't die. The instant the Heavenly Fate board appeared, it broke through the saber light and wrapped around the 4 of them, protecting Jingguang. Bam bam bam! 4 terrifying strikes. The Jingguang on the Heavenly Fate rankings flickered, but a large part of it was instantly destroyed by the saber light. The entire ranking board trembled violently. Pu pu pu. The 4 people protecting Jingguang also vomited blood. Too scary. With the heavenly fate rankings protecting them, they thought nothing would happen. Who would have thought that Tion would be able to easily injure the heavenly fate rankings? The Supreme Devil Emperor and the others weren't surprised at all. This ancient existence has finally made a move. The other three powerhouses of the restricted area also had a look of shock on their faces. Since Lin Fei had made a move, his attack power had increased to a terrifying level. The purple moon sacred saber was in his hand. Each strike was more ferocious and domineering than the previous one, constantly bombarding the heavenly fate board. Cracks appeared on the heavenly fate board, but it didn't shatter. What a tough heavenly fate board. Even this can't break it. Lin Fei slashed with his saber again, bringing along a huge long light. His power increased once again. He had to tear this thing apart. Master, be careful, the little devil warned. Lin Fei blocked with his saber, and a Jingguang Dao came crashing over. It collided with the purple moon sacred saber, and the huge impact sent Lin Fei flying. F***ck, there's such a thing. Lin Fei saw a Jingguang Dao. It was the heavenly fate road from back then. The power of this collision was invincible. Even though he had activated his invincible defense, Lin Fei still couldn't help but grit his teeth. He had almost smashed himself into pieces. This power is too fierce. I dare say that in this starry sky, there really aren't many people who can block this collision. As expected of an ancient object, Lin Fei came out from a mountain peak. The heavenly fate board and heavenly fate road had disappeared without a trace. They ran so fast. Lin Fei still underestimated the arrangements of those people. They could actually activate these two treasures to attack him. Can you find their location? Lin Fei asked. They disappeared, shielded by a mysterious power. I can't find them for the time being, the little devil said helplessly. This was the first time that the little devil didn't monitor their whereabouts. From today onwards, Lin Fei never thought that he would kill them. Therefore, he was ruthless from the start. He believed that the people of the 33 sacred heavens wouldn't let him do that. According to the Supreme Demon Emperor and Old Fu, the resources on Mount God Emperor were extremely rare and precious. Even the 33 sacred heavens couldn't ignore the benefits on Mount God Emperor. Most importantly, the resources on Mount God Emperor could only be found in this starry sky. Save it for the outside world. Fellow cultivator, are you all right? Old Fu flew over and said apologetically. I didn't know that the heavenly fate road could also attack people. Old Fu was shocked when he saw the heavenly fate road attacking him. Even he didn't dare to take that terrifying attack head-on, even if he opened a part of the seal. Lin Fei waved his hand. It's not your fault. After all, you didn't know that the heavenly fate road could attack. In fact, Old Fu really didn't know. Old Fu knew that the heavenly fate board could attack, but he had never seen the heavenly fate road actively attacking. Furthermore, the momentum was so terrifying that a casual attack could bring about an earth-shattering power. I also didn't think that it could kill them. Lin Fei ordered his clones to attack the remaining god dynasties. Among the 10 god dynasties, except for the 4 dynasty lords who left, the other dynasty lords surrendered. They regretted not making a move earlier. Now it would be difficult for them to leave. Lin Fei's subordinates chased after them. In less than 3 days, the remaining resistance was wiped out. 90% of the divine world was under Lin Fei's control. Energy towers were planted deep in the ground, absorbing the heavenly fate energy of the divine world. The energy consumed in the battle was quickly replenished. Chapter 2099. Lin Fei's battle had shaken the world, and he had the divine realm in his hands. 90% of the destiny points were in Lin Fei's hands, which meant that Lin Fei had a huge logistics base. At the same time, the legend of Lin Fei also spread throughout the entire immortal world. Only then did everyone come to a sudden realization. Following that, a wave of exclamations rang out. Turned out that Tion was actually this powerful. He truly had the power to summon clouds and rain with a flip of his hand. The era of the 10 divine dynasties had ended so easily. Divine realm. Lin Fei had swallowed all the divine dynasties. Now, only the huge Tianxian divine dynasty was left. Originally, Lin Fei wasn't interested in this, but he couldn't withstand Elder Fu and the Supreme Demon Emperor's constant harassment. Hence, in less than a month, the Tianxian divine dynasty was established in the divine realm, truly ruling over the world. Lin Fei didn't need to do anything at all. Old Fu, the Supreme Demon Emperor, and the others all got busy and took care of everything. The Tianxian divine dynasty, which was just empty talk before, was no longer empty talk now. It had become the real deal, ruling over a huge divine dynasty. Elder Fu, the Supreme Demon Emperor, and the others all became subjects. As long as Lin Fei ascended to the position of God Emperor, he would truly start a new era, and he would become a glorious era. Everyone understood one thing: the 10 divine dynasties of the past were already in the past. Now, everyone hoped that Di Tian could become the God Emperor. Even the 10 divine dynasties would be wiped out. There's news. Lin Fei wasn't very interested in becoming a God Emperor. Right now, what he wanted to do the most was to get rid of the Destiny List and the Road of Destiny. Ever since the Destiny List and Road of Destiny attacked him that day, Lin Fei kept it in mind. No matter what, he had to get rid of these two things. Unfortunately, after that day they disappeared without a trace. Even though the system's monitoring of the divine realm increased, it still couldn't find any traces of them. Could they have returned to the world of the 33 sacred heavens? That was what Lin Fei had been thinking. In front of the powerful system's monitoring, they hadn't been found yet. Other than returning to the world of the 33 sacred heavens, the other possibility was not high. Lin Fei didn't really care about the 4 of them who slipped through the net. No matter how powerful they were, they would not be able to do anything. Instead, 2 ancient treasures tempted Lin Fei. Where is it? Lin Fei was quite curious that Elder Fu was able to discover their tracks. Elder Fu had been very attentive recently. He was going to open up a new era, one that was not under any control. He was definitely the biggest variable in all the eras. If he could, he would be able to break the seal and return to the 33 sacred heavens. This was what Elder Fu cared about the most. In one of the most desolate places in the God world, I can sense the aura of the Destiny List. Wasn't the most barren place the chaotic void? Lin Fei knew that this place was the most dangerous place in the divine world. It was also a place that Lin Fei could not set foot in at the moment. Lin Fei wasn't that interested in the last 10% of the territory. Are you sure? Yes, they have indeed appeared in that place. I have looked through some information and know that that place is the weakest place in the entire seal. It's very likely that they have received help from outside. Lin Fei had been to the chaotic void once or twice. That place was filled with shattered space, and it would produce all sorts of turbulence at the same time. The turbulence was incomparably terrifying. If one was not careful, they would encounter turbulence. After going there once or twice, Lin Fei was willing to go. Perhaps they want to use the help of the Destiny List to enter the chaotic void. It's the best place to raise one's strength, and it's safer than any other place. Lin Fei didn't think that it was so easy for the people outside to send things over. If it was that easy, it wouldn't be like this now. That's possible. Elder Fu felt that it made sense. Do you want me to send someone over? Monitor them. Lin Fei shook his head. No need, they are not a threat. The only thing that Lin Fei cared about was the Destiny List and the Path of Destiny. After knowing about the chaotic void, Lin Fei arranged for Little Fiend to monitor it. As long as they appeared, he would know. There's no need for me to look for them. They will come looking for me. After all the God dynasties were annexed, there was only the Tianxian God dynasty left in the entire divine world. Lin Fei was also destined to break through to the God Darch realm soon. The dynasty lord is right. Now that there is only one god dynasty left in the divine world, the dynasty lord is destined to return. At that time, they will definitely come out. Elder Fu was overthinking. There was no need to look for them. It was an unnecessary move. Ever since the last god dynasty was wiped out, Little Fiend had been monitoring the changes in the divine world. That was the change brought about by the mandate of destiny. The Tianxian god dynasty was the only god dynasty. Even the heavenly law couldn't stop the mandate of destiny. According to calculations, the position of the god Dharch would truly appear in about a year. From what Elder Fu and the Supreme Demon Emperor had said, Lin Fei understood that the mandate of destiny was final. As long as he sat on the god Dharch throne, he would be able to break through the last step and enter the god Dharch realm. Boom. He was chatting with Elder Fu. Suddenly, a horrifying aura descended not far from Lin Fei, and an illusory figure appeared. Elder Fu exclaimed, "This is a projection." In front of this aura, Elder Fu's body couldn't stop trembling. Even though he had blocked a part of it, he still felt a great pressure. "You sure have guts to do this in my territory," Lin Fei shouted, and a powerful aura collided with the aura emitted by the phantom image. Boom! This collision shattered the other party's aura. Elder Fu heaved a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat on his forehead. Just a phantom image was enough to make Elder Fu feel unbearable. What boldness! As expected of someone who could wipe out the 10 god dynasties. The phantom image's face couldn't be seen clearly, but its voice was filled with boundless majesty. It was like an ancient existence that had the power to control life and death. "Aren't you going to tell me where you are from? I am not interested in talking to someone I don't know," Lin Fei said indifferently. "I have always liked to beat someone I don't know out." "Good, good." The phantom image's voice didn't change. "Bold, I like it." As soon as the phantom image finished speaking, it turned into a black saber light and slashed towards Lin Fei's face. "I really want to know what gives you the right to be so arrogant. You dare to be impudent here even if you don't come with your true body." The purple moon's sacred saber landed on Lin Fei's hand and slashed at the saber light. Under normal circumstances, this slash should be able to shatter the saber light. However, when the saber light landed on the saber light, it shone brightly and blossomed into words, blocking Lin Fei's domineering slash. "Imperial Lord, this is holy text," Elder Fu said hurriedly. He had already moved far away. "I am the #1 person in this world. Just a mere holy text. Break." Chapter 2100. He controlled 90% of the divine realm. Lin Fei was the greatest invincible existence in this part of the universe. If the other party had come in person, he would have had to be wary. But this was a phantom, and its power was limited. From the moment the other party attacked, Lin Fei had used the system to analyze the specific numbers. This blade smashed over tyrannically, shattering the holy characters one by one. Powerful background? Shattered all the same. Again. Lin Fei's attacks did not stop. Blade light flashed, shattering the holy characters around the phantom. The phantom had a powerful background. Even if it was just a phantom, its power was not small. However, with the ruthless restrictions of the heavenly Tao, its power could only be suppressed to the God-Emperor realm. This power wouldn't be able to last for too long. However, the other party had encountered Lin Fei's power, and it was unimaginably strong. "He can actually shatter my holy characters?" The phantom was secretly shocked. These holy characters were mysterious and had terrifying defensive power. They also had powerful offensive power, but they had been shattered by a junior here. Ever since the 10 god dynasties were swept away. After his name was removed from the god realm, the world of the 33 holy heavens knew about it. Therefore, he came, prepared to subdue Di Tian, and then support him. His goal was simple. To him, this mission was very difficult. They had underestimated the power of this junior. The holy characters were quickly absorbed into the phantom. In this short exchange, he knew better than anyone else that this Tion had popped out of nowhere. His power was extraordinary and even more terrifying. He had a way to conceal his aura, so he would not draw divine punishment. Little friend Tion, you can stop now. The phantom lost holy characters again and again. He did not intend to continue fighting. He could still afford to take this small loss. Unable to suppress Tion immediately, the phantom decided to use another method. The key was to reap the benefits in the end. Everything else was meaningless. The phantom wanted to stop, but would Lin Fei be willing? Lin Fei had no intention of negotiating. What a joke. Lin Fei was not so easy to negotiate with. The little devil analyzed the other party's data. The power of each of Lin Fei's blade had doubled, and he chose to meet force with force. You want me to stop just because you say so? What do you mean? I haven't had enough yet. Xiao xiao xiao. Lin Fei closed in. The purple moon sacred saber was amplified by 100 times. With a flash of the saber, the image was cut in half. I am one of the masters of the 33 holy heavens. How dare you? The illusory figure roared. This slash had a great impact, releasing an ice-cold chill. I don't know him. Lin Fei attacked again. Rays of light whizzed past, continuously shattering the energy of the phantom. Not far away, old Fu felt his scalp go numb. At the same time, he kept retreating. The strands of saber gleam could easily slice his body apart. After dozens of slashes, the phantom had shrunk several times and was no longer what it used to be. All right, you can get lost now. No matter how the master of the sacred sky roared. Lin Fei's face was ice-cold. The purple moon sacred saber kept slashing, shattering every bit of his opponent's power. Hua! Another powerful blade whizzed out. The illusory figure was already weak, so this saber strike was like a bolt of lightning, tearing the illusory figure into pieces. Humph! So what if you are the master of the sacred sky? In this place, you are all my prey. Lin Fei said indifferently as he sheathed his saber. Old Fu finally regained his composure. Master, you are really powerful. They have always been the ones threatening others. I didn't expect you to take care of them in just a few moves. Lin Fei's heart ached. The fight didn't last long, but he had used up a lot of destiny points. With a 2-to-1 ratio, Lin Fei could only suppress the master of the sacred sky by attacking fiercely. Luckily, he was able to retaliate. He believed that the other masters of the sacred sky would consider it carefully. Oh right, what is the background of the master of the sacred sky? Lin Fei asked. To be able to project down from that world, one would not be able to do so without a certain status and strength. Elder Fu took a deep breath and calmed himself down. The master of the sacred heaven is one of the 33 sacred heavens. No one controls a single heaven. There are 33 top figures in the 33 sacred heavens. His background is not small, but he doesn't seem to be very powerful. Old Fu thought to himself. Any projection is extremely powerful. Whoever encounters a monster like you will have to hide no matter how powerful they are. Hearing Lin Fei's words, Old Fu could only smile bitterly. Your Majesty, I think the masters of the sacred sky will contact you soon. The temptation of the God Emperor Mountain is not small. In the starry sky on the other side, the 33 holy heavens was also known as the 33 levels of the sacred heavens. Each level was a world. There were a total of 33 levels. Damn it! In a secret chamber in one of the levels, a middle-aged man who was sitting cross-legged opened his eyes. Soon after, lightning whizzed over, emitting a heart-palpitating aura as he cursed. I wanted to take advantage of him, but I didn't expect him to be so powerful. My projection. The middle-aged man's eyes gleamed coldly. Although he didn't care about a projection, every time he used it, it would consume a lot of energy. Where did that kid come from? Every slash of his is twice as powerful as mine, and he killed my projection. Since when did such a powerful cultivator appear in that sealed world? With him around, it's going to be a big problem. In the 33 holy heavens, the masters of the sacred sky attached great importance to the sealed world. The news that one of the masters of the sacred sky's projections had been defeated shocked all the masters of the 33 holy heavens. There was actually someone who could kill a projection in that world? Any one of the masters of the 33 holy heavens was a top cultivator who controlled a world. It was not a secret that someone had sent a projection to the sealed world. After the other party's defeat, this group of top-notch people knew. The masters of the sacred sky were shocked. He immediately realized something, and that was that the changes in the sealed world were not small. That person seemed to have become a difficult person to deal with. Holy Lord, the 28th Holy Lord lost. Should we go down? In the 18th world of the sacred sky, a group of officials stood below the throne with their heads lowered. They didn't dare to look at the golden-robed master of the sacred sky. What's the rush? There's someone more anxious than us. It's just a sealed world. I can't imagine what kind of trouble it would cause. The 28th Holy Lord has lost face this time. The golden-robed master of the sacred sky said calmly. All the masters of the sacred sky were very calm, especially those who were ranked at the top. Some of the masters of the sacred sky only smiled faintly after hearing it, as if they didn't care about it at all. However, everyone's eyes were on the sealed world. After Lin Fei destroyed another projection, he sat down and waited for the others to descend. In reality, Lin Fei destroying a projection had given the other masters of the sacred sky quite a shock. That was a slap in the face that belonged to the top cultivators. Chapter 2101. The Chaotic Void. The most dangerous place in the divine realm. Near the chaotic void there was a barren desert. However, because it was too close to the chaotic void, no one had taken root here. Everyone was worried that the chaotic void would come out. Someone had once established a force in this desert. Unfortunately, it was later attacked by the turbulence, and this force was completely destroyed. Since then, no one had dared to appear here. Even under normal circumstances, no one would be willing to come here. No one knew when the chaotic void would appear. Once they fell into it, they would definitely die. There were also some fugitives who would enter the chaotic void when they were being chased. Normally, no one would dare to chase after them. It was not worth it to lose one's life just to chase after a fugitive. However, there were very few people who could survive in the chaotic void. In other words, if 10 people entered, at most one would survive. And this was the kind of luck that was ridiculously good. At this moment, in the depths of the chaotic void, strong winds were howling, forming huge tornadoes. I didn't think we would lose so quickly. The huge list had shrunk by 100 times and stopped in the chaotic void, forming a vacuum zone. 4 people were sitting cross-legged in it. These 4 were naturally the 4 people who had been rescued by the Destiny List. As their factions had been wiped out, they had become stray dogs. Other than hiding in the chaotic void, they did not dare to go anywhere else. Even after so long, they had not recovered. This was too great a blow. They had never thought that one day they would lose so thoroughly. If not for the Destiny List, they might have already become corpses. Yes, who would have thought? The Dream Dynasty Lord said bitterly. We fought so hard, but in the end, we let Tion take advantage of us. Tion, damn you! The Sky Dragon Dynasty Lord said ferociously. Although they were hiding in the chaotic void, there were still people outside. There was only one dynasty left in the divine realm, and that was the Tianxian Divine Dynasty. Are we going to hide here forever? The Unparalleled Dynasty Lord stood up. The surrounding temperature dropped instantly. Wait for Tion to ascend to the position of God Emperor and start a new era? None of the 4 people present were willing to give up. So what if I'm unwilling? Even if the 4 of us join forces, we won't be a match for Tion. Imperial Lord Jinhai sneered. If it wasn't for the help of the heavenly fate rankings, we would have died long ago. Don't forget, Tion has the combat prowess of a god emperor. Battle power of a god emperor. These 4 simple words were like a huge rock pressing down on them, making it hard for them to breathe. Even now, he was still puzzled by this matter. He had yet to become a god emperor, so how could he burst forth with the battle prowess of a god emperor? This was simply illogical. He had completely toyed with them to death. Everyone fell silent. They were fighting with all their might. He would not be able to raise his cultivation to the realm of an emperor god, let alone unleash the battle power of an emperor god. At this moment, they felt extremely helpless. Right now, Tion was like a devil king, standing above their heads. They had to look up to him. That sure kill saber strike still left a shadow in their hearts, almost causing them to die. Whoosh! In the vacuum zone, there was a huge shadow. After exiting the heavenly fate rankings, the 4 of you are truly trash. You can't even take care of a junior. How disappointing! As soon as the shadow appeared, a thick aura pressed down on them. Dream Dynasty Lord and the other 3 couldn't withstand it. They knelt on the ground, their faces pale, and their bodies trembled. This time, they once again experienced a powerful pressure similar to what Tion had felt. However, I can give you a chance now. The shadow looked down at the 4 of them. The eyes of the other 4 lit up. They were truly unwilling, but they understood one thing in their hearts. Since the heavenly fate rankings had saved them and even brought them into the chaotic space, those people would definitely come looking for them. This was their only chance, their only chance. Now that their only chance had come, the 4's eyes lit up. I hope that senior can give us a chance. Lin Fei was very relaxed now. Although the 4 people in the chaotic void had yet to come out, Lin Fei wasn't anxious at all. They would come out sooner or later, and that day was not far away. Not long ago, the shadow of a throne appeared in the sky above the divine world. This throne was actually the God Emperor's throne. As long as one sat on it, they would become the God Emperor of this generation. Now, the throne was very faint. When the day came, it would completely solidify, and that day would be the beginning of a new era. Have you analyzed anything? Little Devil shook her head. This destiny energy didn't come from the divine world. It came from a mysterious place. I haven't found its exact location yet. I need more time. The condensation of the God Emperor's throne used destiny energy. Lin Fei had to pay attention to it. It would consume his energy, especially after the Lord of Sagely's projection descended a few times. Lin Fei put in even more effort to store destiny points. After confirming that it wasn't destiny energy from the divine world, Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. Then it should be from the mountain god emperor. Lin Fei squinted. Even you can't find its location. The mountain god emperor is really extraordinary. Master, you must take down the god emperor's throne and occupy the mountain god emperor. Actually, after knowing that the destiny energy came from the mountain god emperor, Lin Fei would take down the mountain god emperor completely. He wouldn't let those people take advantage of him. Boom! Inside the invincible palace, another powerful aura descended. Compared to the previous few auras, this one was much stronger. Slash! Lin Fei raised his blade. The purple moon's sacred blade brought with it a purple radiance and landed on the shadow. Bang bang bang! Outside the shadow, holy runes appeared one after another. They were stronger than the holy runes from back then and withstood the attack. Finally, a powerful one. Lin Fei figured out some details. They could have strong defenses, but their combat power couldn't maintain the God Emperor realm for a long time. With time, they would either be killed by the heavenly punishment or expelled by the heavenly Tao. Tion, my little friend, you're very capable. The shadow didn't attack. Instead, holy runes surrounded it. It's useless even if you have a turtle shell. Lin Fei attacked again. Tion, my little friend, please wait. I'm not your enemy. On the contrary, I'm here to help you. the shadow said. Lin Fei didn't keep his blade. Just because of what you said. Actually, I'm here to cooperate with you. I think you don't want to offend all 33 masters of the sacred sky. From Elder Fu, Lin Fei knew how powerful the masters of the sacred sky were. They controlled a world and were the top rulers. If it wasn't for the unique world formed here, they would have already occupied this place. Chapter 2102. Lin Fei really didn't need to care about the masters of the 33 holy heavens. After all, they couldn't come in, so he could rest easy. However, it would be great if he could get some concrete information. Now, Lin Fei's greatest advantage was that he was in a sealed world. This world could prevent the Lord of Sagely Heaven's main body from invading. Even if they sent their projections down, Lin Fei could still destroy them. If we cooperate, everyone will benefit. I am the master of the 7th holy heaven. His ranking was near the top. Lin Fei was a little surprised. This fellow's status was higher than he had imagined. He was actually the 7th holy heaven's master. Although he couldn't see his face clearly, he had heard from Elder Fu that there were a total of 33 masters of the 33 holy heavens. The higher the rank, the more powerful they were. The strongest was the 1st holy heaven's master, who was in the first world of the sage. A few days ago, a few projections of the sacred sky masters had descended, and Lin Fei had dealt with them all. Who would have thought that the Lord of the 7th holy heaven would come today? Then tell me. Lin Fei chuckled as he hugged the purple moon sacred saber. After the fight, it was naturally time to talk about business. After so many times, Lin Fei had an understanding of the projection's power. The system analyzed that the strongest one would be at the God Emperor realm. They wouldn't be able to last for too long. Lin Fei wasn't worried about the Lord of the Sagely Heaven, as long as his true body was present. For example, the Lord of the 7th holy heaven in front of him didn't have much higher combat power, but the defensive power produced by the holy symbols was much stronger than the previous ones. It wasn't that Lin Fei couldn't break this turtle shell, but it would consume too many destiny points. If it wasn't necessary, Lin Fei didn't want to waste his destiny points. He still needed to deal with those guys, and he didn't believe that anyone would be able to hold back. The leader of the 7th holy heaven was very displeased with Tian. Even if it was just a projection, it was enough to rule the world. It was only in this damned place where the power of a projection was suppressed. However, it just so happened that it met a fellow who could easily explode with the power of a God Emperor. In fact, he wasn't even affected by the heavenly Tao. At the thought of this, the 7th heaven's master of the sacred heaven felt extremely sullen. According to the 7th heaven's sacred leader's original plan, he had personally sent his projection down because he had taken a liking to the young Tian. If Lin Fan showed his strength and subdued the other party, he would be able to control the resources of the Mountain of God Emperors. The only thing he did not expect was that Tian's background was even more extraordinary than he had imagined, and even he had no way of suppressing Tian. Left with no other choice, he could only use the second method, such as cooperating with Tian. Young friend, as long as you're willing to hand over 70% of the loot on Mount God Emperor, I can help you solve your problem. Lin Fei was unhappy to hear that. Damn you, asking for 70% right off the bat. You don't take me seriously at all. Hee hee, that's easy for you to say. 70%. Lin Fei brandished his saber and slashed. How dare you say that? Bam bam bam. The saber went down. The Lord of the 7th holy heaven did not expect the other party to have such a huge reaction. Giving him 30% was already giving him a lot of face. Even now, the Lord of the 7th sacred heaven still didn't take him seriously. In his eyes, he was just an ant. Wait! The Lord of the 7th sacred heaven had used up a lot of his strength to descend, and he was also attacked by Tian. We can negotiate. Lines of holy runes appeared in front of him, blocking the ferocious attack. Lin Fei hugged his saber. He said to the Lord of the seventh sacred heaven, "You're a big shot, but you're just a projection now. You're just a projection now. Do you believe that I can kill you with a single slash?" Hua! Lin Fei's aura suddenly rose to a terrifying level. Thump! Elder Fu's body trembled and his face turned pale. He knelt on the ground and muttered to himself, "What a terrifying aura! Is this the true strength of the Lord of the seventh sacred heaven?" This aura seemed to be able to sweep away everything in its path. The seventh heaven's master of the sagely heaven was deeply moved. His face under the shadow had already become grave. This is the battle strength of a peak god emperor. I am only a projection now, far weaker than the opponent. This is not good. The purple moon sacred saber in Lin Fei's hand swept across the sky. As long as he took the opportunity to slash, the projection would be immediately killed. "Sir, there's no need to say any more. You should understand what will happen to you if my saber falls." The Lord of the seventh sacred heaven had never seen someone act so unconventionally. "Don't lower your head? Can you?" In front of this terrifying aura, even the Lord of the seventh sacred heaven had to kneel. "Wait, we can negotiate." The loss of power to descend a projection was huge. If it wasn't necessary, no one would be willing to lose a projection. Lin Fei did not restrain his aura, and the purple moon sacred saber was still in front of him. "There's nothing to talk about. You should know that in this sealed world, I'm the boss. My fist is bigger than yours, so you have no right to talk about cooperation. However, I'm quite easy to talk to. I can give you 10% of the resources on Mountain God Emperor. Think carefully about what you want to exchange for it." Hua! The purple moon sacred saber unleashed a domineering attack, and the projection exploded on the spot. This was the result of Lin Fei increasing his destiny points to 5 times his original fighting power. Coupled with the purple moon sacred saber that was 100 times stronger, its power was limitless. One slash was enough to destroy the opponent. Lin Fei did not give the opponent any chance. He destroyed it just like that. Lord of the seventh sacred heaven, mighty. Elder Fu had never seen anyone so powerful before. That was a projection. Even a peak god emperor would not be able to break through the defensive power of the holy runes. He did not expect Lord of the seventh sacred heaven to destroy it with one slash. If I don't teach him a lesson, he will not rest. Lin Fei was giving them a show of strength. He believed that the master of the seventh sacred heaven would think about it carefully. The master of the fifth sacred heaven? 10%, there's nothing to talk about. Another day passed. Another projection from the invincible palace came, and he was just as powerful. Lin Fei threw out a sentence and destroyed the opponent with one slash. This was the 6th master of the sacred heaven who had come over in the past few days. Lin Fei destroyed every single one of them violently and left them with one sentence. If they wanted to cooperate, they could only give him 10%. Of course, if they really wanted to cooperate, they had to give him something that could move him. Otherwise, they would all have to stand aside. Lin Fei had absolute power now. He told the masters of the sacred heaven that if they wanted the things on Mountain God Emperor, he would not be able to pass through. Little did they know. At this moment, in the world of the 33 sacred heavens, the masters of the sacred heaven were no longer calm. Especially after the master of the 7th sacred heaven's projection was destroyed. Roars could be heard from the 7th heaven. Everyone knew that the domineering master of the 7th sacred heaven had suffered a huge loss. Similarly, in the next few days, several powerful masters of the sacred heaven in the world of the 33 sacred heavens suffered losses. Only then did everyone realize that Di Tian, who had sealed the world, had become a tough bone to chew. Chapter 2103. In the sky above the divine world, the divine emperor throne became clearer and clearer. It was no longer a vast expanse of white like before. Now, everyone could clearly see traces of ancient patterns on the divine emperor throne. It exuded an extremely powerful and oppressive aura. As the aura became more and more obvious, everyone felt an immense pressure. That was the pressure of the Divine Emperor Throne. As expected of the one and only Divine Emperor Throne. The pressure is terrifying. In less than 50 years, the Divine Emperor Throne will be completed. I can't wait. The experts in the divine world all stared at the Divine Emperor Throne. Now everyone was very clear. The Divine Emperor Throne would eventually land on Dtion. The person who had created a series of miracles was now at the last step. He only needed to ascend to the Divine Emperor Throne and start a new era. In the distance, in the chaotic void, 4 people's gazes also fell on the Divine Emperor Throne. Soon. At this moment, their auras were many times stronger than before. Even Lin Fei would be surprised if he saw them. He would definitely lament that the Masters of the Sacred Sky were willing to go all out. The 4 quickly closed their eyes. Compared to everyone's anticipation, Lin Fei had always been indifferent. He wasn't that excited about sitting on the Divine Emperor Throne. As long as he had enough destiny points, he could explode with super combat power. Cultivation levels and whatnot were like fleeting clouds in Lin Fei's eyes. After consecutively destroying a few projections, Lin Fei's side had also become more relaxed. Those people were completely fearful. He did not believe that they would dare to come down again. Destroying one projection was enough to cause them to pay a huge price. If they were continuously destroyed, no one would not feel heartache at the loss. Lin Fei believed that those people should be discussing a countermeasure right now. Destroying a few projections in a row was the best proof. I'm the master of this universe. Lin Fei was just that cocky. Unless he came in person, it would be useless. This was also why Lin Fei could choose not to destroy the projections. He chose to destroy them, to show his strength. If he didn't destroy a few, how would they know his strength? What? In the spacious palace of the Invincible Palace, a figure descended. Little friend, we meet again. Lin Fei recognized the newcomer at a glance. Oh, it's the master of the 7th Holy Heaven. How have you been? Lin Fei chuckled. Good my ass. The Lord of the 7th Sacred Heaven wanted to curse. The losses he had suffered last time were not light, and he had become a big joke. Furthermore, he had made a bet with a few masters of the divine sky, and in the end, he had suffered a terrible loss. Thinking of this person, the master of the 7th Holy Sky gritted his teeth and wanted to bite off a few pieces of flesh from him. Thank you for your concern, little friend. I've been doing well recently. Ever since he returned that day, the Lord of the 7th Holy Heaven had gathered his subordinates for a meeting. He wanted to use force to force this Dtion to agree to their cooperation. However, a single sentence he said at the end caused them to give up on this idea. In the sealed world, who could be a match for him? Everyone was speechless. At the highest level of the world of the 33 holy heavens, everyone knew that a monster had appeared in the sealed world. He ignored the rules of the heavenly Tao and unleashed God-Emperor battle prowess for a long period of time. He could even destroy their projections. Finally, after much discussion, they could only choose to cooperate. This was because after they knew that the news had spread, everyone changed their approach and agreed verbally first. That's good. Lin Fei knew that the other party didn't mean what he said, so he didn't expose him. That would be too boring. What's your decision? The Lord of the 7th Holy Heaven did not dare to underestimate this fellow anymore. To think that he could obtain a heavenly mandate weapon that could amplify his strength by 100 times in the sealed world, and he could even unleash such a powerful combat ability. Who knew what his limits were? Whatever you want, I can satisfy you. For example, Heaven's Will cultivation techniques, Heaven's Will battle armors, Heaven's Will weapons, and so on. The Lord of the 7th Sacred Heaven did not care about this. Even 10% of the benefits were unimaginably bountiful. The battles on the mountain God Emperor were extremely intense. Every time the 33 masters of the sacred heaven fought, the resources of the mountain of God Emperor would be divided. Last time, the 7th master of the sacred heaven only got 15% of the resources, which was a huge price. Lin Fei muttered in his heart, "This guy really thinks I'm an ignorant person." Whether it was the heavenly mandate weapon or the heavenly mandate battle armor, Lin Fei was not interested. The system could replicate them as long as he had enough heavenly mandate points. Hee, you seem to have not figured something out. Lin Fei shook his head. I'm not an ignorant person. Let's talk about the heavenly mandate weapon first. What do you think of my purple moon holy blade? It can amplify by 100 times. Although the Lord of the 7th holy heaven didn't care much about a heavenly mandate weapon, which could amplify one's strength by 100 times outside, it was nothing special. Putting everything else aside, the strongest heavenly mandate weapon in his possession could amplify one's strength by 800 times. With a single slash, it could kill tens of thousands of people. However, this was the sealed world, so the amplification of 100 times was indeed not bad. It was invincible. If it was an ordinary heavenly mandate weapon, the amplification would not be so great. I heard that the heavenly mandate weapon outside is even better. How about this? Help me find a heavenly mandate weapon that can amplify by 500 times first. If there's a higher one, that would be even better. The same goes for the heavenly mandate battle armor. Lin Fei said without hesitation. The Lord of the 7th sacred heaven was speechless. This guy really didn't know. He was pretending not to know. 500 times amplification? How dare you say that? In the entire world of the 33 sacred heavens, there were only a few experts who had a heavenly mandate weapon that could amplify by 500 times. If I help you get a heavenly mandate weapon that could amplify by 500 times, wouldn't that be giving you more help? The Lord of the 7th sacred heaven had never thought of letting someone off so easily. What, you don't have one? The purple moon holy blade in Lin Fei's hands was not bad, but the amplification was not enough. It would be best if he could get a better one. Little friend, you are making things difficult for me. Since you know that this world is sealed, then you should also know that the heavenly Tao suppresses everything. It is almost impossible for us to send a good heavenly mandate weapon over from the outside. Lin Fei furrowed his brows. It can't. This made Lin Fei very disappointed. Master, if he can't send it over, you can try another method. For example, give me the amplification blueprint, and I can also make it. Lin Fei was instantly delighted. That works too. Of course, the system is omnipotent. Making it is just a small matter. Why not try another method? The Lord of the 7th sacred heaven naturally would not provide such a high-end heavenly mandate weapon. Chapter 2104. Everything was empty now. The key was to increase his strength. Lin Fei now had a large number of destiny points as his foundation. He had already surpassed ordinary cultivation. The only thing that could help him was some external preparation. If there was no finished product, then there was only the blueprint. To Lin Fei it was the same. He had never thought that they would provide him with a finished product. They were afraid of him now, so it was wishful thinking to think that they would provide him with such a thing. Lin Fei knew very well that they did not think that he could create a super destiny weapon. Blueprint. This surprised the Lord of the 7th holy heaven. If he really wanted a finished product, he might have a headache. It was not a matter of whether he would give it to him, but he would not give it to him at all. Even the leaders of the 33 holy heavens would do such a stupid thing. Settle for second best? The Lord of the 7th holy heaven was even more relieved. Humph, doesn't he know that special materials are needed to create a destiny weapon that is more than 100 times stronger? After some hesitation, the Lord of the 7th holy heaven agreed to Di Tian's request. Wasn't it just a blueprint? That was easy. Lin Fei successfully obtained the blueprint. The Lord of the Seventh Holy Heaven was also very straightforward. He handed over the blueprint on the spot and gave a simple introduction. He was full of enthusiasm. After sending off the Lord of the Seventh Holy Heaven, Lin Fei also had 20 blueprints in his hand. They were all about the Destiny weapon and Destiny battle armor. He is quite generous. Out of the 20 blueprints, the strongest Destiny weapon was a blueprint that was 500 times stronger. It was the same for the Destiny battle armor. At the same time, the materials needed were also not small. I wonder what kind of expression he will have if he knows that he has provided me with such a huge help. Does he really think that I have no materials? The materials were listed clearly on the blueprint. The production steps were also clear. Master, the materials on this blueprint are not available in the sealed world. It didn't exist in the sealed world, except for the God Emperor Mountain. However, he had underestimated the system. After the advanced mode is activated, there will be a material exchange shop. Master can go there to exchange. Little Devil sneered. It won't be so easy for the Lord of the Seventh Holy Heaven to take my share. Lin Fei laughed. He had an evil smile on his face. Lin Fei wasn't that kind-hearted. He wouldn't give up the blueprint for such a small benefit. That was 10% of the profit. After the Lord of the Seventh Holy Heaven appeared. For a period of time after that, the leaders of the 33 Holy Heavens descended one after another. They didn't hesitate to pay any price just to discuss the benefits of the God Emperor Mountain with Tian. After the experience of being beaten up a few times earlier, everyone was more restrained in their words. There was no solution to it. Who asked Tian to be so tyrannical? Little friend Tian, this is just a small token of my appreciation. It is the Holy Spirit essence unique to the 33 Holy Heavens. It can be used to enhance special powers. The Master of the Sacred Sky had brought good stuff with him. Holy Spirit essence. Although he didn't use it, Lin Fei smiled and accepted it. I'm sorry, I'm afraid we can only work together next time. I've already worked with the Seventh Holy Heaven, Lin Fei said apologetically. Lin Fei said the same thing to every single master of the Elysium who came to visit. The masters of the Elysium looked at each other. They had been taken down by the Seventh Holy Heaven just like that. In the 33 Holy Heavens, the Seventh Holy Heaven instantly drew all the hatred towards Tian. This kid. How shameless! The Seventh Holy Heaven's face darkened when he heard the news. They had agreed not to reveal it, but that shameless kid had revealed it. The Seventh Holy Heaven wanted to beat Tian up when he thought of the angry looks in the eyes of the other masters of the Elysium. Shameless, too shameless. Tian was dragging him out to take the bullet. However, the Seventh Holy Heaven couldn't do anything. Rascal, I'll deal with you sooner or later. The Seventh Holy Heaven couldn't sit still anymore. Everyone thought that he had to prepare a strategy to deal with Tian after he became stronger. Although Lin Fei didn't know what the Seventh Holy Heaven's expression would be like, he definitely wouldn't be happy. He might even be cursing at him. How's the effect? Lin Fei was talking about the Holy Spirit essence. It was something made of a special material. This is a special power. The level of civilization in the 33 Holy Heavens isn't low to be able to develop such a thing. As long as Master uses the Holy Spirit essence on a weapon, you can obtain a special attribute bonus. It's pretty good. Lin Fei was interested. A special attribute bonus. This was a good thing. In fact, the Seventh Holy Heaven was willing to pay a huge price in order to rope in Lin Fei. The only thing he didn't expect was that Lin Fei wouldn't take the bait after receiving the benefit. It was a waste of the gift. He took out the Purple Moon Holy Saber. Lin Fei took out the Holy Spirit essence and placed it on the Purple Moon Holy Saber. When the Holy Spirit essence landed on the Purple Moon Holy Saber, it instantly emitted a dazzling light. Attributes come out. Double combat power. The little devil said. Oh, double combat power. That's fine too. Lin Fei couldn't help but laugh. My luck isn't bad. The Purple Moon Holy Saber has a 102 times attack. Lin Fei was originally prepared to add some additional attribute. Unexpectedly, there was a multiplier. Lin Fei was quite satisfied. He was even more curious about the 33 holy heavens. Tell me, when can I break the seal and go to the 33 holy heavens for a stroll? With Master's current strength, the success rate is less than 10%. Lin Fei rubbed his nose. Is this a blow to me? There's no rush. Help me make the Heavenly Mandate battle armor and Heavenly Mandate weapon. Lin Fei didn't want to think about this. Although he had dragged the 7th holy heaven out to attract hatred, he still had to worry about this part of the universe. The speed at which the God Emperor throne was condensing was getting faster and faster. He needed to make some preparations. The material system store is open. Master can exchange for materials. Lin Fei didn't feel much about the small increase of 2 times because he was about to make a weapon with a 500 times increase. Buy it for me. He bought the materials piece by piece. A huge amount of destiny points was used up. Lin Fei realized how terrifying the consumption was. Damn, this is too scary. I used up almost 20% of my destiny points. If it was in the past, it would be my entire fortune. Looking at the consumption figure, Lin Fei laughed bitterly. No wonder the 7th holy heaven agreed so kindly. Such a huge amount of materials would probably hurt them, and they wouldn't dare to casually make a Heavenly Mandate weapon. Lin Fei underestimated the power of a Heavenly Mandate weapon with a 500 times increase. How many days will it take to make it? I'm really looking forward to seeing how powerful a Heavenly Mandate weapon with a 500 times increase would be. A total of 3 years. 3 years, not bad. The God Emperor throne wouldn't be condensed within 3 years. Chapter 2105. Time passed day by day. The people of the Divine World had adapted to the rule of the Tianxian God Dynasty. Compared to the previous dynasties, the Tianxian God Dynasty did not do anything. Everyone was relatively free and there was no suppression. Everyone liked their current lifestyle. No one thought that the Tianxian God Dynasty's inaction was a sign of weakness. No one had forgotten the mysterious Di Tian and his invincible battle prowess. He alone could sweep the entire divine world. Everyone would look at the Divine Emperor throne in the sky from time to time, preparing to welcome the new era. This day was getting closer and closer. Soon, 3 years had passed. Everyone had forgotten about the previous 10 dynasties. The winner was the king and the loser was the bandit. This was the era of the Tianxian God Dynasty. As the highest ruler of the dynasty, Lin Fei rarely showed his face. It should be said that he never showed his face. There was nothing wrong with the operation of the divine world. It was very normal. Lin Fei had set up energy absorption points all over the divine world. No matter how dangerous the place was, Lin Fei would personally make a trip there and set up an energy tower. Now, other than the chaotic void, he had set up towers everywhere else. Naturally, he wouldn't be interested in the chaotic void. He didn't care about those measly destiny points. Now, in the entire divine world, even in this starry sky, 90% of the destiny energy had been collected by Lin Fei. Lin Fei did not absorb the remaining 10%. No one could shake Lin Fei's position. Even if he knew that the 4 fellows were hiding in the chaotic void and had no interest in dealing with them, the destiny list could move at any time. It was very troublesome to track them. Lin Fei simply sat there and waited for them to appear. Master, your destiny weapon, the Purple Moon's Sacred Blade, is ready. Lin Fei beamed with joy at the little fiend's reminder. Damn, it's finally ready. In the eyes of cultivators, 3 years was at most a snap of the fingers. It passed very easily. Using 3 years to forge a 500-fold destiny weapon, Lin Fei was very satisfied. That was a 500-fold increase in power, and it used up 20% of his destiny points. In addition to the refining, it used up about 40% of his destiny points. Furthermore, Lin Fei was currently in control of the deity world, so he could easily make up for it. If he didn't have the deity world and the starry sky, he wouldn't have been able to do so. Lin Fei immediately knelt down. He couldn't take it anymore. Take it out. The purple longsword was released by the system. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The moment the purple moon's sacred saber appeared, its sharp blade formed tornadoes and whizzed past Lin Fei's body. F***CK. So awesome! Marks appeared on Lin Fei's heavenly mandate battle armor. This was the result of the purple moon's sacred saber's unconscious attack. Of course, this cost Master 40% of his Heaven's Fate points, a huge number. Little Devil laughed. Their abilities are not bad. Lin Fei grabbed the purple moon's sacred saber and immediately felt the strength of the purple moon's sacred saber. With a casual slash, it split apart in front of him. It left an unfathomably deep crack in the void. Good, good. Lin Fei was very satisfied. He didn't even use his destiny points, and it was already so powerful. Once he channeled them, it would be even more terrifying. I wonder who will be the first to die under my saber. Lin Fei didn't try. There was no need to do so anyway. A 500 times increase. It was also material for a single slash. Chaotic void. Deep within. A heavenly mandate list floated in the chaotic void. On the heavenly mandate list, 4 people sat cross-legged. Huge whirlpools formed around them. If Lin Fei saw this, he would definitely be shocked. He would even say, the master of the 33 sacred heavens is really a tycoon. These whirlpools were filled with destiny energy, which was absorbed into their bodies bit by bit. 4 people. Their bodies emitted a terrifying sharp aura. Compared to 3 years ago, they were much stronger. Whoosh. A phantom descended. The 4 opened their eyes at the same time and subconsciously shot out 8 beams of cold light towards the descending phantom. The phantom blew, and the cold light dissipated. Not bad, you've improved. The 4 hurriedly stood up. The attack just now was just a subconscious action. It's all thanks to Lord's nurturing that we have today's strength, the 4 said in unison. Now, they were more than 100 times stronger than before. The destiny energy in their bodies surged. They didn't doubt that if they had their current strength back then, they wouldn't have been defeated by Tion. You guys continue to cultivate. The Divine Emperor throne is completely formed in 5 years. That will be the time for you guys to come out. Yes. The 4 nodded, anger flashing in their eyes. The Divine Emperor throne in the sky started to release an ancient aura. The wisps of aura made people's hearts palpitate. Even a Heaven's Mandate realm expert would be terrified by this, because within 1,000,000 miles of the Divine Emperor throne, there was an arc of light that kept flashing and whistling, making people's scalps go numb. That arc of light was filled with endless terror. Inside the invincible palace, Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the Divine Emperor throne in the sky. What a great lightning arc formed from heaven's will energy, but these are all my favorites. In the eyes of outsiders, the flashing arc of light was terrifying. Lin Fei didn't think so. Through Little Fiend, he learned that these arcs of light were formed from destiny points and were actually destiny energy. As long as Lin Fei wanted to collect them, he could easily convert them into destiny points. Naturally, this was Lin Fei's dish. In 3 days at most, the Divine Emperor throne will completely condense. I'm really looking forward to it. Lin Fei easily calculated the day when the Divine Emperor throne would completely condense. Lin Fei knew that the top existences in the 33 sacred heavens were all eyeing the Divine Emperor throne. Wake up! In the chaotic void, the phantom descended again, and with a shout, Dynasty Lord Meng and the others all woke up. In 3 days, the Divine Emperor throne will form. I want you guys to take it down. No matter who takes it down, you guys will be rewarded. The 4 already knew that this world was a sealed world. Although they were strong, they couldn't resist these phantom. These are 4 destiny weapons, and each one has a power amplification of 180 times. They can help you guys crush that DTon easily. The Phantom waved his hand, and the 4 weapons appeared in front of the 4. The 4 instantly released a blazing light. A power amplification of 180 times. Back then, they were completely defeated by the Purple Moon Sacred Blade, but now that they had a power amplification of 180 times, they could almost see how they could crush DTon. "Thank you, Lord," the 4 said in unison. When the projection dissipated, the 4 exploded with battle intent. "The Divine Emperor throne will be mine. Dynasty Lord Meng's battle intent sword. After dealing with DTon, I will defeat you guys one by one and ascend to the God Emperor throne." The Sky Dragon Dynasty Lord laughed loudly. Now, he felt that he was just one step away from the God Emperor realm. 3 days later, a majestic aura swept across the entire immortal world. Everyone had to prostrate before this aura. Chapter 2106. When the majestic aura engulfed the entire divine world and even the entire starry sky, everyone felt suffocated. Everyone knew that the final battle for the heavenly fate had begun. Inside the invincible palace, Lin Fei stood up and easily knocked away the crushing might, shattering it into nothingness. Within the range of his divine sense, the suppressive aura from the Divine Emperor throne was shattered by Lin Fei. The people standing behind him didn't feel any pressure at all. "The appearance of the Divine Emperor throne is quite impressive." The wives behind him, including his daughter, laughed. Old Fu, the Supreme Demon Emperor, and the others couldn't help but laugh too. Lin Fei was probably the only person in the world who dared to speak to the Divine Emperor throne like that. The Divine Emperor throne in the sky was like a piece of juicy meat in Lin Fei's eyes. As long as he controlled the Divine Emperor throne, the Mountain God Emperor would belong to him. If anyone dared to come out and fight for the Divine Emperor throne now, they would all be his enemies, and he would kill as many as they came. "All right, I'm going." With Old Fu, the Supreme Demon Emperor, and the 4 forbidden zones around, Lin Fei wasn't worried about his wife and daughter. Lin Fei took a step forward and arrived in the sky above the center of the divine world. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As soon as he appeared, the Divine Emperor throne surged with waves of ferocious suppressive aura, as if he was treating Lin Fei as his enemy. "Just a mere suppressive aura, and you still have the nerve to use it." Lin Fei smiled and welcomed him. Although it was his first time fighting for the heavenly fate, Lin Fei roughly knew from Old Fu and the Supreme Demon Emperor that he had to completely suppress the Divine Emperor throne. He didn't know what secret this starry sky had, but every time the Divine Emperor throne was formed, it would have a certain level of consciousness, which was the simple consciousness of resistance. If Lin Fei wanted to become the God Emperor, he had to suppress the Divine Emperor throne. Only by subduing the Divine Emperor throne would he be able to sit on it. Truly control the Divine Emperor throne. Wave after wave of suppressive aura came, but Lin Fei didn't move an inch and walked forward step by step. Is that DTon? His strength is truly terrifying. The pressure of the God Emperor throne is useless against him. How powerful must he be? In every corner of the immortal world, everyone was paying close attention. The Godemperor's throne was already something they couldn't endure. DTon, who was in the center, was actually able to casually walk there. This was absolutely terrifying. Before he could even step forward, he would be crushed into a meat patty by the pressure, unable to take another step forward. The Imperial Lord is indeed the Imperial Lord. The pressure from the God Emperor throne contains the pressure of a God Emperor. Even the strongest Heaven's Mandate realm experts wouldn't be able to handle it, but it's like playing house on the Imperial Lord. Elder Fu exclaimed. What's a mere pressure? It's nothing in the eyes of the Imperial Lord. The Supreme Devil Emperor said disapprovingly. Although they had never fought for the mandate of heaven, they had seen it before. In order to compete for the God Emperor throne, one had to pass through several stages. The pressure from the God Emperor throne was the first test, and also the easiest. But in the eyes of many Heaven's Mandate experts, this first trial was already too much for them to handle. Meanwhile, in the chaotic void, on the Destiny list, the first Dream Dynasty Lord, the Unparalleled Dynasty Lord, the Sea Dynasty Lord, and the Sky Dragon Dynasty Lord were all standing on the Destiny list with their hands behind their back. Their bodies exuded a majestic aura. Damn Dtion, he does have some skills, the Unparalleled Dynasty Lord said. So what if he has skills? The God Emperor throne will eventually fall into the hands of the four of us. What we need to do now is to wait until Dtion and the God Emperor throne are both injured, then we will make our move. The Sky Dragon Dynasty Lord sneered. The God Emperor throne is terrifying. Even if the four of us join forces, we will have to expend a lot of energy. It's better to let Dtion exhaust his strength. The more he exhausts, the easier it will be for us, the first Dream Dynasty Lord said coldly. Even though the strength of the four of them rose like a rocket. Facing Dtion, there was always a shadow in their hearts. Whenever Dtion's name was mentioned, they would subconsciously get angry. Today, their chance had finally come. They didn't believe that Dtion could still withstand the combined attack of the four of them after fighting with the God Emperor throne. The pressure is not small, but I have activated my invincible defense, so there is no pressure. Lin Fei walked forward step by step. The pressure that was like the surging waves of the sea was shattered when it was less than 10 meters away from Lin Fei. God Emperor throne, I know you have a spirit. This bit of pressure is useless against me. Show me your true strength, don't waste time. Lin Fei shouted. Now, the Heaven's Mandate energy had turned into a large number of Heaven's Mandate points. Lin Fei was the strongest existence in this part of the universe. Even if it was the God Emperor throne, Lin Fei didn't care much about it. Boom. Boom. The God Emperor throne was furious. Clearly, Lin Fei's words had provoked the God Emperor throne. An even more terrifying pressure came crushing down. Except for a few people, the rest of the people in the divine world were pressed to the ground again, unable to move. Everyone could feel the endless anger coming from the God Emperor throne. Lin Fei had completely angered the God Emperor throne. Those who blaspheme the God Emperor throne deserve death. Suddenly, a shadow gradually formed in front of the God Emperor throne. Finally, it turned into a middle-aged man with a sharp aura. He held a long saber in his hand that flickered with cold light. His eyes opened and saber light whistled. Everyone looked up and exclaimed in surprise. That's the 18th generation, the strongest Heaven's Mandate realm expert, the Saber Sovereign who sat on the God Emperor throne. This was a very powerful Saber Sovereign. Inside the God Emperor throne, everything of the strongest Heaven's Mandate realm experts was stored. Every time, if one wanted to sit on the Divine Emperor throne, it was necessary to challenge them. As for how many, it would depend on one's luck. If one was lucky, it would be around 2 or 3. If one was unlucky, then congratulations, it would be very normal to get 8 or 10. The moment the Saber Sovereign appeared, the entire divine world was filled with saber intent. Die! The Saber Sovereign raised his hand and slashed. The overbearing saber intent went straight for Lin Fei's forehead. This slash was too fast. To be able to sit on the God Emperor throne and maintain his peak fighting state, this attack was indeed terrifying. Using a saber, I like it. Lin Fei laughed and welcomed the attack. Using his hand as a saber, he slashed out a pure Heaven's Mandate realm expert. The two sabers clashed, and the Saber Sovereign's saber intent was shattered into pieces. Lin Fei took the opportunity to slash again. The saber light swept out and split the Saber Sovereign into 2 halves. The Saber Sovereign then disappeared in the sky. The Saber Sovereign is only SOSO. Lin Fei approached the God Emperor throne. Even if a God Emperor came, Lin Fei would kill him without hesitation. Not to mention, the strongest Heaven's Mandate Realm expert was just an ant in Lin Fei's eyes. Hua. Chapter 2107. The struggle for the Heaven's will was a grand event of an era. It could be said that some people would never see them even once in their lifetime. Today, everyone's horizons had been broadened. First, there was the majestic pressure of the Divine Emperor's throne. This wasn't something that anyone could resist. Then, there was the appearance of a Saber Emperor from back then. He was the Saber Emperor who founded a new era. His sharp and tyrannical saber intent was something that they couldn't endure. That Di Tian's combat prowess was terrifying. He killed a Saber Emperor with just 2 slashes, scaring everyone so much that their eyes almost popped out. After that, another Sword Emperor appeared, and he was also killed on the spot by Di Tian's 2 slashes. Only now did everyone realize that Di Tian's strength had already reached an unimaginable degree. Regardless of the Saber Emperor or the Sword Emperor, before they became a God Emperor, their combat prowess would never be a match for Di Tian. He had killed the Saber Emperor and the Sword Empress in succession. The God Emperor's throne seemed to be fighting Di Tian. He kept sending out the strongest Heaven's Mandate Realm experts to deal with Di Tian. The 10th generation Emperor God Qingfeng was killed with a single slash. The 15th generation God Emperor Han Tian was killed with a single slash. The 16th generation, the Emperor of the Underworld, was killed with a single slash. Phantoms appeared one after another, but they were all easily killed by Lin Fei on the spot. Lin Fei didn't want to waste any more time. Each time, he would finish off the enemy with 1 slash. The difference in strength was too great. It was still useful to bully ordinary Heaven's Mandate experts, but to Lin Fei, it was no different from scratching an itch. Release everything you know, or else it's useless. Lin Fei knew that the God Emperor throne could understand his meaning. Perhaps the king-level experts of the God Emperors would cry themselves to sleep in the toilet at this time. How can there be such a person like you? Can't you just let me show off a bit? Is there a need to kill them with 1 slash? Lin Fei's words agitated the God Emperor throne. The huge God Emperor throne trembled and many illusory figures condensed. This time, it wasn't just the past God Emperors. There were also Heaven's Mandate Realm experts participating. Anyone who saw this would want to slit their own throats. This lineup was too shocking. Even the Invincible Palace's Supreme Demon Emperor, Old Fu, and the others. At this moment, his eyes were wide open. Chao Zhu, you've gone too far. The throne-level expert God Emperor is really angry this time. He's using the human wave tactic. At this moment, even they were extremely solemn when they saw so many experts. To be able to compete with the God Emperor for the mandate of heaven. His strength was also very terrifying. Now that they were all summoned, even though they were all instinctive attacks, they were still extremely terrifying, enough to make people unable to endure them. With a glance, there were at least 1,000 of them. Every single one of them was a peak existence of an era. Although they couldn't become God Emperors, they were still the strongest experts. Now that the swarm of bees had appeared, it was enough to see how much the thrones of God Emperors valued Lin Fei. It had been like this for generations. The most shocking scene appeared. It could be said that today's battle, regardless of whether they succeeded or not, would be recorded in history for future generations to look up to. No one could reach this step. Ha ha ha, Di Tian is seeking his own death. Dream One Dynasty's lord's face was black. They could not accept the speed at which he killed one person with each slash. Now that he saw over 1,000 powerhouses appear, Dream One Dynasty Lord finally beamed with joy. No matter how awesome you are, this time your vitality will be greatly damaged. Di Tian is too arrogant. This is great, he has angered the thrones of God Emperors. Even if Di Tian can last until the end, he will only have about 20 to 30% of his energy left. By then, we can do whatever we want. Unparalleled Dynasty Lord laughed loudly, finally regaining his high spirits. Dition is making his move. At the same time, in the world of the 33 sagely heavens, the masters of sagely sky in every world were watching the battle through their treasures. As for Dition's strength, they were very clear about it. Although the thrones of god emperors were strong, they were far from being Dition's match. It could be said that this was the easiest battle in history. Dition could destroy the projection of their peak god emperors, let alone the thrones of god emperors. This kid is arrogant indeed. But it's good that he's arrogant. It will make things easier for the four of them. The thrones of god emperors have a mysterious background. Since Dition has angered them, he will suffer. Even if he wins in the end, it will be for the benefit of others. Ha! All the masters of sagely sky laugh. The only one who did not laugh was the master of the seventh holy sky. Ever since the news had spread, the master of the seventh holy sky had hated Lin Fei. However, they were not in the same world, so it was not easy to deal with Lin Fei. Even if he sent a projection over, he would still be destroyed in one strike. What a bastard! Why did he provoke the thrones of god emperors for no reason? The master of the seventh holy sky frowned. You can't lose. Otherwise, you'll lose a lot of face. Ever since the news about Lin Fei spread, the masters of the 33 holy skies automatically excluded him. If he won, then he would at least get 10% of the benefits. If he lost, then he, the master of the seventh holy sky, would suffer a great loss. Outsiders might not know the background of the thrones of god emperors, but the master of the seventh holy sky knew. The situation was getting worse and worse for Dition. Moreover, he knew that there were 4 people hiding in the chaotic space. With the destiny weapons of the 33 holy skies, they were at least 150 times stronger. They were not easy to deal with. Lin Fei was speechless at the sight of the black mass of people. I'm just looking down on you. Do you have to arrange so many experts at once? Are you trying to drown me? Master, these are all great supplements. Great supplements? Lin Fei did not understand. They are all condensed from destiny energy. It's just that their strength has been suppressed to the original level. The little devil laughed. Now, Master, do you understand what great supplements are? Lin Fei's eyes lit up. Kill. He was prepared to use a big move to destroy them. Since they were great supplements, Lin Fei was prepared to work hard. Lin Fei lunged forward and was quickly engulfed by the swords and sabers. The spectators sucked in a cold breath. How were they supposed to fight like this? I'll absorb. Lin Fei grabbed with both hands, and a destiny cultivator landed in his hands. The system activated and instantly absorbed everything. This person instantly evaporated, no longer existing. So many. This feels good. After seeing the absorption number, Lin Fei's eyes lit up. This was good stuff. He turned and grabbed another expert. As for the dense attacks, they were all blocked by the invincible defense. I'll absorb. I'll absorb again. No one could stop Lin Fei's absorption attack. He grabbed and absorbed. As for the consumption of their attacks, Lin Fei replenished them very quickly. It was just a drizzle, not a big deal at all. This made Lin Fei overjoyed. Chapter 2108. This is too crazy. Is Dition absorbing something? His strength is too shocking. Everyone in the divine world was looking up. Any one of them could easily defeat them. But right now, in the eyes of Lord Dition, they were so weak that they couldn't even withstand a single blow. It was as easy as chopping vegetables. Above the invincible palace. Elder Fu, I suddenly feel old. I'm the younger generation now. The Supreme Devil Emperor sighed. Elder Fu nodded. Yes, I'm old. I've never thought that Lord's strength could reach such a level. You're truly able to cover the sky with one hand and summon the rain with another. The other powerhouses of the Forbidden Zone also nodded. There was no way to compare. Even the faces of the other dynasty lords were pale. If they went up, they would be killed on the spot in the blink of an eye. Only Lord Tion could occupy the position of the God Emperor throne. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Fei was absorbing in the sky. Heaven's mandate points kept increasing. Lin Fei was so happy that he had a smile on his face. That's it? After absorbing the last one, Lin Fei realized that the black mass was completely gone. The sky returned to normal. There was no movement from the God Emperor throne. Now you're obedient, right? Lin Fei knew that the God Emperor throne had admitted defeat. Releasing so many at once was more than any previous contest for the Heaven's Mandate. With a massive amount of Heaven's Mandate points being absorbed, the God Emperor throne wasn't so capable anymore. This was only in Lin Fei's eyes. In the eyes of others, it was an insurmountable mountain. I'm coming. Lin Fei walked toward the God Emperor throne. Heaven's Tao Cage. With a loud rumble, streaks of will of the heavenly Tao descended from the sky. Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back, allowing the heaven's will to pierce down and form light pillars. I've been waiting for you guys for a long time. This time, the heaven's will was more than 10 times stronger than before. Lin Fei didn't move. Dream One Dynasty Lord and the other 3 came from 4 different directions. They all looked happy. Even though they didn't know what Tion was doing, his movements were simply too fast. However, this didn't stop them from attacking. The Emperor of the Sky Dragon Imperial Palace pointed his sword forward. The will of the heavenly Tao rumbled as it boomed. This time, you're dead meat. A swift and fierce sword light attack. The heavenly dragon Imperial Dynasty Lord immediately acted. The other 3 also attacked at the same time. He didn't stop at all. His power was increased by 180 times, and a terrifying aura swept across the entire immortal world. At this moment, their powers had risen to the God Emperor realm. Bang 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 bang. 4 people, 4 fatal attacks, landed on Lin Fei, who was in the center of the will of the heavenly path. The 180-fold increase in power instantly erupted. Terrifying waves of qi were released in all directions. Mountain range, mountains, lakes, cities, everything was razed to the ground in an instant. The throne of the God Emperor did not move an inch. After not seeing you for 3 days, I have to look at you in a different light. You guys are not bad. In the middle, Lin Fei was still standing with his hands clasped behind his back. His expression relaxed. An attack amplified by 180 times is definitely enough to kill all the experts in the sealed world. Those people did this to increase your strength. They really put in a lot of effort to increase your powers. The 4 weapons of destiny landed on Lin Fei's body. Upon closer inspection, they were blocked by a layer of mysterious power, unable to land. Lin Fei was prepared to show everyone that he was truly invincible. Dream One Dynasty Lord, Peerless Dynasty Lord, Sea Dynasty Lord, and Sky Dragon Dynasty Lord pushed their power to the limit. However, the weapons of destiny in their hands were unable to land on Tion. At this moment, their expressions changed. A 180-fold increase in power was not enough? This was a huge blow to them. This wasn't how the plot was supposed to develop. They had completely deviated from the plan. When they sensed that Tion was going to take it head-on, they all laughed. Under the 180-fold increase in power, no matter how strong Tion was, he would still die. What was happening now? Milord is Milord. Too invincible. Dream One Dynasty Lord is going to faint from crying. They looked at the sky. Lin Fei stood with his hands clasped behind his back, withstanding the shocking 180-fold increase in power. The entire immortal world was shocked. Far away in the world of the 33 holy heavens, the Lord of the sagely heavens' expression did not look too good. That was a 180-fold increase in power. Killing a junior from the sealed world would be a piece of cake. Just what in the world was going on in front of him? With their eyes of fire and gold, they could not see what treasure that Junior had used, nor could they sense any energy fluctuations. This was too strange. Ha ha, this is great. Only the Lord of the seventh holy heaven laughed. Victory was already decided. People of the 33 holy heavens, listen up. From now on, I am the master of this world. From now on, every time you come, I will kill you. This is my intention. Boom! Lin Fei's sea of destiny points exploded, creating a huge shockwave that sent the four flying. They all vomited blood. At the same time, Lin Fei's voice pierced through the sky. The purple moon's sacred blade landed in his hand, bringing with it a domineering purple blade aura that swept towards the four flying. A 500-fold increase in power. How terrifying was that? No, the four's hair stood on end. They could not block it. The purple blade aura crushed their bodies, and the domineering blade intent swept the four into pieces. Even if they were reborn, they would not have a chance to revive. Ever since he refined the purple moon's sacred blade that could increase power by 500-fold, these four were just clowns in his eyes. One blade was enough to finish them off. Everyone was dumbfounded by the shocking purple saber radiant. It was over. The four powerful dynasty lords were finished just like that. Boom, boom, boom. Once the four died, 32 pillars of light shot down from the sky. In an instant, 32 shadows appeared. You deserve us to send our projections down again to kill you. You, a junior, can be proud. Lin Fei did not think that the people of the 33 holy heavens would give up on this place so easily. Dream One Dynasty Lord and the other three were just cannon fodder. He could not use his own strength. Be careful, Lord. They have 10% of the main body's battle power. When Elder Fu saw them, he knew it was bad and hurriedly informed Lin Fei. In reality, the moment they appeared, Little Evil Demon told Lin Fei that there was danger. 10% of their battle power. This had never happened before. Damn it, the heavenly Tao has temporarily compromised with them. Lin Fei did not think that they had the ability to make a projection with 10% of their battle power appear. Instead, the heavenly Tao had compromised with them. Ha ha ha, Di Tian, even if you kill me, I can still live forever. Suddenly, a shadow walked out from the sky and slowly turned solid. It was the sky dragon that had just been killed. The mysterious will of the heavenly Tao was added layer by layer.